We're sort of starting on time. How's that for a change? Not too much to talk about. Let's just, we'll make sure that we know all of the main details. This is the last day that I will be streaming Book of Hours as a preview in, I don't know how many hours, but in a very short period of time, you're all going to be able to enjoy this game on Steam or GOG, whatever your platform of choice is. And why on earth is Twitch giving me attitude? But yeah, this is Library's Eve. We're going to continue on with this playthrough as once the game is released, but I've got my usual streaming day is today. And then the overall plan is going to be that I will be on the Steam page, so not on Twitch, but if you visit the kind of the Steam page and hopefully the Steam front page, if we get lucky, you'll be able to see the game being broadcast. Hopefully to bring a few more people who might be on the fence into the game. We have got Tuderos. Thank you for the raid the other day. I didn't know Book of Hours was coming out so soon, so very happy to find out this way. Great. Thank you very much for stopping by. I know I tried to hang around for a little while, but I think you were probably deep into Cultist Simulator at the time, so I wasn't 100% sure if you saw the raid or not, but obviously the point of the raid is to hand people off to to somebody doing something similar. So if you said hi and I didn't reply, I apologize because, well, as you're probably about to find out, I need to get my sleep. So, and we have RFSMGG double O. Ah, fair enough. Well, thank you for stopping by either way. You are not ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm not ready for tomorrow, but probably for different reasons than you. So, sorry. Let me take this again. I know it's like a couple minutes in already, but let's try and get some order on the broadcast here. So, at 1 o'clock Eastern time, so it's about 7:20 where I am right now. The game's going to go live. I'm probably going to start broadcasting on the Steam page a few minutes before. And to be honest, it actually occurred to me that I lost all of my settings to set that up when I did the big computer upgrade a few months ago. So there's actually quite a bit of work that I need to do in that regard, but I've gotten through it before. I actually remember some fairly panicked messages between me and Lottie. Well, actually, I was the one sending the panic messages. Lottie was being very, very calm and straightforward about it. But I suppose that is something that just happens naturally with producers. But that's the plan there. Now, I'd love it if you all stop by. Obviously, it also helps the game get some attention. It's a little bit like Twitch, where if you have a large concurrent viewership, there's just more attention that comes towards something. But of course, I'm sure a lot of you are going to be wanting to play Book of Hours. So if I get a chance to see you all, great. If I don't, that's life. But that's how I'm going to be spending launch. And traditionally, these things have gone quite long. I don't want to prejudge it as going very long because the thing is if that there's not a lot of people getting into the thing. Like I don't want to just be billing Weather Factory for something that's not moving units. Like obviously the point of that is not just to generate sales, but like if it's not working, there's no point in sort of flogging it either. So, but we'll make it work. It'll probably be like a regular stream in that case. Now on top of that, there is going to be a broadcast over on the Twitch, the GOG Twitch channel. So I believe that is twitch.tv/GOGCom. Let me actually just take a quick second. I believe I'll be starting at oh god, actually I think it's 3 that I'm starting at. I sent an email to just double check this stuff, so let me make sure I got this right. 2 o'clock my time. Oh, that's right, because it ends at 6. Right. Okay, so on Friday, there's going to be the GOG interview starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So that's about, what is it? It's 7 now. So about 5 hours before my normal starting time. Now, the thing is that just because it runs from 2 to just about 6, that does not mean that Weather Factory are going to be doing like an interview for that whole period of time. Last time we did this with Cultist Simulator, we had a good chat, or at least I had a good time with the chat. And then the balance of the time was sort of spent doing a sort of an introductory playthrough of Cultist Simulator. And I rather expect it'll be the same way with Book of Hours. So, expect hour, 90 minutes or so of interview. If I can get a VOD of it, then what's happening tomorrow? Please tell me you're joking, Vanguard Master. If you're not clear, we can. I'm happy to share, but I'm sure. I don't. Actually, I'm wondering. God, I'm really not sure if you're serious or not. But yeah, so let's say half and half, between Weather Factory interview and me playing Book of Hours. That will be a separate playthrough done for the GOG stream. I might pick it up. Like, obviously you can have multiple saves in Book of Hours, but the last thing I need to do is start up some new Book of Hours playthroughs. I've already got a few. Could technically be yeah, good point. I guess in the UK it's already yeah, I guess in the UK it's the day of release. All right. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Here we go. So, welcome to Hush House. This is a special guest preview edition of Book of Hours. It's as close to the launch build as we can make it. This is version 2023 8A6. UI and environment improvements, unique interactions with some visitors and books. Timothy and Mrs. K can now use additional resources. Wisdom Tree auto-evicts cards left in by mistake. View previous endings, histories button on menu. I haven't actually seen this button yet, but that may be because I haven't gotten the host yet. Gotta head out. No worries. I thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you enjoy Book of Hours. If nothing else, I'll probably see you. If you're buying it on Steam, I'll see you on the Steam page in a little bit. But anyways, have a good night. Thank you for that. And skill level display on cards. If you run into problems, mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory. Ask over email if you can't find that. And then, who's responsible for this? Weather Factory. Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Art, production, and marketing by Lottie Bevan. And we salute our collaborators. Additional coding, Roman Laskudov, Knights of Unity, FRGM. Not just additional coding, but additional faces. Additional art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Catherine Unger. Music by Maribeth Solomon and Mickey Mar Productions. SFX by Soundcuts. And obviously, very special thank you to the Steam page localization and the special thanks people. I don't want to undervalue these, but I'm not going to be able to pronounce all of it. And of course, finally, as you can see in the top right here, this is a special guest preview. This is your backstage pass to Hush House. A warm welcome to you, librarian. Take a breath and come on in. So I am playing a copy of the game that I was given from the developers for promotional purposes. That's important to disclose up front. I wasn't able to back on the Kickstarter, so I get the special treatment, which is why I need to disclose to you that I was given a thing of value to put this game in front of you. But let's jump in and see where it goes. All right, so I could probably do with a little bit of a refresher in terms of how I'm spending the day. Just to maybe also a refresher for people in terms of what, like how I've been playing, because it's quite common and understandable why I'm getting the questions like, why do you have, why don't you have more elements of the soul? One of the things that I have been doing with this playthrough, I actually feel like I'm missing one here, so I'm assuming that I locked it into some kind of a, an activity. But in this case here, what I've been doing is I have been seeing how many elements. Oh, that's right. We have locked a bunch of things in, so we'll take a look and see what we can accomplish. But basically, I have been trying to see how far I can get my skills and how far I can get into Hush House without spending, without committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. This is not necessarily an ideal way of playing, but it's just kind of a fun challenge for me to see, you know, how far can I actually get without, without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. And then the nice sort of fallback from this, I suppose, is that with the exception of glass blowing and vessel crafting, which currently I don't have any upgrades for anyway. I can essentially lock these into anywhere I want in the Tree of Wisdoms. However, if I feel inclined to go one way or another, it's kind of my choice. I can go up to a 6th level for 2 of the branches. Auroral Contemplations will give me Illumination or Nyctodromy. And then Edict's Liminal will allow for Nyctodromy or Skolakosophy. And then for a number of these, we've got 4, 3. There's, my most powerful ones are still my rarest. But overall, we're in a really good spot as far as just being able to choose our path through the Tree of Wisdoms. I suppose another thing that would be interesting to look at is that if I've got 9 levels for Illumination. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Theoretically, 9 skills, although I'm not quite sure how the histories come in. Is this from the same dev as Cultist Simulator? It is. This is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator, so this takes place in the same universe as Cultist Simulator and The Lady Afterwards, as well as The Locksmith's Dream. The only thing to keep in mind, though, is that setting has multiple histories, so we're not 100% sure which history we're in on it. But yes, this is by the same developer as Cultist Simulator, and in fact, it is coming out tomorrow. So if you liked Cultist Simulator, I'm almost certain you will like Book of Hours. If you wanted to like Cultist Simulator, but found that it was a bit much, you will probably like Book of Hours. It is definitely a much more relaxed approach to the game. But I'm a little bit deep in this particular playthrough, like we've unlocked quite a bit of the library. I wouldn't say we have a good idea of what's going on. We probably have more questions now than when we started in terms of what's going on inside of Hush House. But if you do have any questions about how the game works, so there's a lot more to do. Obviously, Cultist Simulator takes place on one desktop, whereas this has a number of different rooms, and there's a number of different mysteries. The difference is that Cultist Simulator expects you to be able to sort of keep a roof over your head every day, and there's a number of different things that can cause you great harm. It's possible, it's actually quite easy in Cultist Simulator, to lose just because, you ran out of something or you got too much of something. Whereas Book of Hours, really the worst that can happen to you is you take more time doing something than you wanted. So for instance, we are currently in spring. Perhaps there was something that we wanted to use back in winter. And because I didn't use the thing that I wanted in winter, I'm going to have to wait 3 seasons to be able to do the winter thing that I wanted. Sorry, where else were we going? Sorry, our RFS had something to say. I hope you enjoy booking the hours with a Book of Hours that could Book of Hours. Honestly, I'm probably going to play like this, if only because at this point you have given me unfounded confidence. I do have another playthrough where I'm going to be going a little bit more. So there's no way to lose. I can't say that for sure, Psychic Salad, but I'll put it to you this way. I have been affected by maladies, and I have had some situations where things, weren't necessarily going in my favor, and I did not feel under a particular urgency to resolve it. So, in fact, I'd argue in some ways getting a malady actually seems like it can help in a couple of cases. So whether or not if there's a fail state for the game, I've gone I think 140 hours into this without running into it. So I wouldn't worry too much about. I wouldn't worry too much about sort of an involuntary ending like in Cultist Simulator. And again, like as you say, it's a more complex game in the sense that there's a lot more going on. So like these are all the individual texts that I've read, and you can reread them, and they will give you information. Another example here, where the librarian of Hush House has been closed for 7 years since a fire, but there's no evidence of a fire anywhere, or at least one that would be consistent with the abandoning of the house. As we've been investigating the Grand Ascent, we've been learning that there have been sort of the historical figures have been sort of placed in niches. And so we've been learning a little bit more about the previous librarians and which ones they may be appropriate to go into. Now, I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm doing that because it seems to be interesting. But that's another example of a mystery. And there's going to be a number of different ways that I find out about that. That can sometimes come from reading a room. That can sometimes come from reading a book. The types of mysteries and the types of things that you can engage with, there's a lot more of them. But just like Cultist Simulator, there's some indications in terms of sort of what you should be doing. There's highlights. Usually the books will try and tell you, hey, maybe you should try putting these things together. But again, you've been given the time to be able to sort of reason this thing through, and you don't have, your boss demanding that you show up to work every, 45 seconds or so. So in this case here, the complexity may be a bit higher in the sense of having more things to do, but the intensity of the game has sort of been ratcheted down in the sense that like it's not going to punish you for not following it. The skull tchotchke, yeah. Do you know what bones are used for? I noticed that you can break down various items to make them. I haven't tried myself, but I think what you're probably referring to here would be the Yeth hound horns. So with the carcass. So it actually just says right here, take this to a necropsy table to render it into animal bones. I think we actually even have some bones kicking around here. That would probably be, yeah. So animal bones, what remains? I mean, it's 2-scale, winter, it's a thing. It has remains, so in the case of remains, we know that we can make essential Proist from, I think, I would have to guess, where is it? Putrefactions and calcinations. But as with anything, right, you've got your base level recipes, you've got your scholar level, and then sorry, I can never remember, I think it's Keeper is the top one. So there's, there are some that definitely seem to want, specifically want remains. But it could even be that there are some things that are made out of bones that, like, you really want to make sure that you have them. So, hello, Charles. What else was I going to say? I got the introductions and all of that. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So I was talking a little bit about how we're doing the playthrough. So, again, I don't recommend this as like, I mean, play the way that you want, right? Like I'm having fun limiting myself in terms of elements of the soul, but you do give up something doing that. So that'll answer the question in terms of why I don't have as many elements of the soul. I do, by the end of this time, I do want to go for a walk on the moor. Now again, we don't have Fet, so I don't have the rose to work with it, but heart and scale I do have, and I can use my health for that. And then I believe today I was working on my resurgences and emergences. So let's just take a quick look here at what's going on. So we are reading Deoris. We are reading Fekri Zerberi. That's almost certainly to get a satisfaction. Is it really just 2? I need a 3rd if I'm going to get resurgences and emergences. So this is the problem. I'm trying to decode what I told myself to do. Oh, by the way, I don't think I ever actually read the description for the dueling hall. We did unlock that. So, what's the deal here? The first thing I want to do is just double check all the desks to make sure I didn't Okay, so we're getting the Moth and Nectar from Deoris 1. We should be getting Satisfaction from Fectre's Herbery. I'm just going to double check that. So I can read this to get the melody. I guess the question is, why didn't, if that's what I was doing with resurgences and emergences, why haven't I done this already? Oh, I think I might know why. Because I only need 2. That's why. It is usually the simplest solution. Okay. So I figured out, I finally decoded what I was trying to do here. So we need Grail or Moth to be able to level up resurgences and emergences. So we really only have one candidate for that here. This is the Trist. We've got a Faust and a Whist to throw at cataloging. And then I could actually also catalog with health, but I was talking about how I wanted to go out for a walk. So maybe we'll visit the moor today, because we're not going to be able to catalog all of these books anyway. I suppose actually the only other thing that I maybe want to double check is there something that I can do to take advantage of this lantern? So I've got my pile of things that I want to read. So we've got Locksmith's Dream 6, the Iron Book, 2 Wombs, 1 Heart. There's actually a number of texts that I could be reading here. But obviously with Auroral Contemplations, we don't need to worry about anything. With Edicts, with Edge, we're actually pretty good as well. We'd really just need one Edge memory for that. The Heart, I think, shouldn't be too hard. Maybe not working, weaving and not working. Yeah, so 5 there, 6 with the health, and then we put like a storm memory, let's say. We've got the Nectar ones are tougher. Calcite Supplications when we get... So I think Sea Stories is still our strongest on this one. So Sea Stories at 4. I can get 2 more... Yeah, that one's still a roll of the dice. And then for our remaining texts, I think we've already sort of gone through these numbers here. We can't quite make them work for anything else. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that be. Let's. Oh yes. Okay. So there's one other thing that I could consider, and that would be, do I want to try and explore the house further? So I do have a Faust available. So in theory, I could try and get a super hireling to move up even higher. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do that original plan. We'll use the Elements of the Soul to catalog some books. We will use our health to do some exploring, and then depending on how the subsequent days go, we'll spend some time reading some books or. Potentially trying to unlock more of the house. So, took me some time to get the day plan, but I'm happy with that setup. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to try and catalog some of the riskier books if I can. So we'll start at. We can use the Pale Desk. Catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated. So what I'm going to do, the riskier stuff I'll use with Faust, and then the less risky stuff I'll use with the others. And that's just because I've got more than one Faust that I can throw at the problem. We are finally ready to unpause, and I might as well get an early start. Resurgences and emergences is not going to change what I do with my health, so what I'll do here is I'm going to try and apply the largest number that I can get to a walk on the moor. Clamber up into the long reaches of the moors behind the village. Lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. So, again, heart or scale. So we'll see what our highest between heart and scale will be. So we can get that up to 6. Yeah, 6 is the highest. So we'll use weaving and knot working. Gather in spring. The gorse is bright on the land's nape. And I heard something click. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. 5 creations, that's a VAC text, so we're not able to make anything of that. This has been my too difficult cabinet, so we're going to continue cataloging like that. And we'll still use the Pale Desk, but this time we're going to catalog something a little less scary, in this case the Nocturnal book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Now again, it's the same as Cultist Simulator. Just because it says almost doesn't mean that you're not going to be hit by it. I wonder if there's a way to deliberately ensure you get specific maladies through aspects, something to remember for tomorrow. It will tell you what elements of the soul it will affect. I do believe when you get a malady as well from failing a test, it will tell you what triggered it. But I think you actually have to have the knowledge of the, either the curse or the combination. I don't think it'll tell you ahead of time. All right, here's my impulse. Here's my satisfaction. We're ready to level up resurgences and emergences. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. Okay, with all of that going on, our cataloging is done. This is another film, so Colors in the Liver. Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. So that's a 6 Grail film. We haven't really made much of it because we haven't really had the resources, but in this case, the 6 Grail is definitely one that I can manage. 10 Forge, I'm not feeling too good with Bells and Braziers. Like it's in shooting distance, but we're not quite there. Although we do get 2 memories, so I guess... So 4 from Bells and Braziers, 6 from the memory, 6 from another memory. But unfortunately, we only have the 1 Forge from Shaft. We can still make it happen, though. We just need to get a little lucky. Anyways, we will watch a film at some point in the future. And I think that's it for my day's activities. We're still going to be doing... we'll still be investigating out here. But what I do want to do is catch up on some of these rooms that I was meaning to read up on. So here we've got the Dueling Hall. In baronial times, this was a ballroom, but in the 19th century, during Brillou's time as librarian, a dyad of eternally dueling Edgelong agreed to stay at Hush House for a year and a day to allow Natalia to study them, if she satisfied certain conditions. A properly equipped space was one of those conditions. Ultimately, the business turned out to be a trap or a trick played by one or both of the dyad, and they left after only a single battle. Their names are recorded as Mistress Dearday and Father Torg. It's gotta be the... Alright, so we've got a stray dog. Lost, frightened, eager. We don't have any elements of the soul to help it with, but we will definitely try and tame the dog when we can. Where was the... All right. So this was from the Curia period. Now, what we're going to do here is we're just going to take a look at the inventory. So we've got practice equipment, still the best place in the house to get hurt. In this case, it's a workstation for edge, scale, lantern, or heart. It will take souls, skills, memories, in this case an element of the soul, and a recollection, another memory. Lots of items here. So Natalia's practice sword, a varnished length of wood. The name Natalia has been carved into the flat. So edge, lantern. It's also made of wood. So I believe I can turn that into scrap. So Fraser's practice sword. Merdad's practice sword. Azita's practice sword. Deerday's foil, a pin-sharp length of flexible steel. The blade is inscribed Deerday. This is wall art, not for other consumption. Torg's foil, a pin-sharp length of flexible steel. The blade is inscribed Torg. It's notable here that one is sky, one is nectar. Poacher's bow, a very practical weapon. In this case, it's both wall art and made of wood. I guess all of these are wall art, but not all of these are made of wood. Red quarterstaff, a long staff marked with bands of red. Dappled quarterstaff, a long staff marked with bands of black and white. Poacher's bow, hunter's bow, winter. Matched flintlock pistols, pair of pistols. The style and maker's mark suggest late 17th century. The initials MD are marked in silver above the wolf sergeant of the Baron's Brandkrug. Green's practice sword, a varnished length of wood. Red drake shield, painted leather, riveted to heavy iron. That's heart and scale. Again, lots of wall art. Green stag, golden lion. We've got a wine dark chair, an elegant 18th century piece imported from France. Both not surprised and kind of surprised they aren't tools. Yeah, I think it's worth it's worth thinking about what counts as a tool in the game. I kind of think for these, decoration seems a bit more appropriate, but obviously for me, like, I kind of want a tool. So, all right, the first threshold. A horn double axe stands alone in a sandy desert. Heart and scale, more wall art. Natalia Brulot, this bust is cast in iron. Dappled practice sword, red practice sword. Sentry's bow, a fearsome weapon. Crossbow, an antique crossbow from Hush House's earlier baronial period. Sebastian's swords, matching 18th century cutlasses. The initials SD are engraved on the blade near the hilt. This is the equipment here. And I think that's it for everything inside of this area. So I'm happy I did that. Let's do a quick review of the things that I need for exploring the house. So 9 heart, nectar, or scale. 9 grail or nectar. 10 grail or moth. 10 moon or winter. 9 rose or sky. And then, of course, our most intense request, 12 lantern, moth, or sky. Yeah, I mean, the game certainly isn't above giving you multiple tools. We actually have the same pair of scissors in different locations in here. So I don't think the game's too tight-fisted in terms of the tools that it gives you. But you're right. Like, you know, having multiple tools like that is certainly a... it does raise a question in terms of whether or not it makes your character too powerful relative to where they want them. So I do notice that Oriflamme's cost has gone down because I didn't buy the last time. So it does seem to be that the cost of things go up the more that you buy from Oriflamme's. Oriflamme's established 1776. Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The Serenity of the Black Wood, 12 moth text. So unlikely that I'm going to be reading it, but my default has usually been to buy the books that I can. So we will add this to the collection. And we have a cloudy day, so we don't expect too... If I'm completely honest, I don't expect too much out of this today, right? I usually we can do better with moth or clouds. Now, one possibility I could explore here would be to read a text and then use the opportunity to to level something up. But I think in this case I'm gonna do one of two things. So the first thing I'm gonna do is see who I can hire at the Sweet Bones, and I think that's just a decent default to do now, because that's going to have a bit more it's going to have a bit more say in terms of how I spend the day. So we'll spend the first minute just seeing what our options are. If we think there's a viable path towards unlocking another room, I'm going to build the day around that. And if we don't feel like we've got a path to the room, then we can we can figure out what the next step is. So the loyal dog, Walkies, are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. Good sound. It's just a little hard to find places on the ground too. I don't think we can put the... Oh, good. We can put him on the ground in the garden. So if you're asking about the old location of the moor, no. That's moved down here. All right, passing by musician. Musician is entertaining the patrons of the Sweet Bones for pennies. Not very many pennies. He'd jump at a better paid opportunity. The traveling musician provides sky, rose, and nectar. So... I do see some possibilities here. So let's just think about what we might want to try and do. So yeah, it's nine of either of them. Or we can really try and swing for the fences with Sky. I did get... Hello, Sajaba. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to... I'm probably not going to go deep into the night, and that's just because I do want to keep fresh for tomorrow's broadcast. But what I am going to do here is I am going to try and... I want to just try and work out what I can make happen. So let's say as a default... We're going to have 5 of Sky, or I guess Sky, Nectar, or Rose. So the best we can hope for any of these would be another 2 from the memory. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's true for everyone, but that may not be true for Nectar. So we start with 6. Now for Sky, we know we have a tool with the Astrolabe. With Nectar, we've got the mixing bowls. And with Rose, we have the lunar globe. So at this point, each of these are up to 7 now. Now, the best option here, like the brass ring basically, is to try and find a way up to the Weird Curse Spire. Are you that eager to play the game? Okay, let's do a poll. Who wants this to be Twitch plays? The 2 Nectar memory we have is the weather. RFSM, but you're right. Like I can't get them out of a book. I was kind of roughing it. So the thing is that the nectar one is the nectar one's one of my easier ones. Okay, so given the fact that chat didn't just go exploding with, oh yes, please let's play by text, can I maybe just play the game myself and maybe not get the recommendations in terms of what I do with the followers? I have played this game for over 100 hours now. Okay, so under consumables, it could be that the traveling musician will accept other things as well, but it's not good to, like, we have to actually hire them to be able to do that. So what I'm going to do here, we're pretty short in terms of food. Let's start with the flour. Like, essentially, I'm just going to highlight and see what kind of sky work we might have. I'm not expecting much out of this. I would think that probably the jams would have been the more likely, but... something like the cuckoo honey would be something I'd be willing to throw into. Brettist, been a minute since I last caught a stream of yours, though I won't stay long if it's good for your sleep schedule. I should be in the same boat as you, but I did want to at least maintain the regular streaming schedule. So, you know, if I'm broadcasting on Wednesday just because I've got an event tomorrow doesn't mean... doesn't mean I want to give up the usual routine. Okay, not looking good as far as sky food is concerned, so I'm thinking it's... Unless we can somehow make a real knockdown sort of sky drink, I think it would be good for us to divest ourselves of any illusions of producing a sky... opening, sky room. Yeah, all the food's kind of located roughly where we think. You gotta sleep, gotta work in 6 hours. My God, Java. Well, have a great evening. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I look forward to hearing what you think of Book of Hours. All right. So yeah, I can consult my skill spreadsheet for Sky. I basically think any of the drinks that I have right now aren't going to cut it. We do have a tea which provides some Sky. I think it's this one, but it only provides one. So realistically, that means we can only get up to 8, and at that point, we would need an additional 4. So we can get 1 from the Faust, but we're still short the 3. But I am fairly certain we can construct something out of the Blue Crown. So I'm going to take a quick second here to consult my spreadsheet just to see if maybe I have some gaps. I'm noticing a lot of instruments. Ah, okay, so I can make an ascendant harmony, and that would give me 4 Sky. So how would that change the calculation? So if they start with 4 Sky, that would take them up to 8, then we would get 9 with the Astrolabe. Oh man, that starts getting exciting. So I'm going to take them... I actually do want to take a minute and work this out. So if we got Sky for Ascend, 1 Astrolabe, 1 from Element of the Soul, 4, 8, 9, 10. Wow. So if I could find, even with that T, which is not so good with the sky, if I could find some kind of food to give them. Now, this is also assuming that I'm able to make that sky memory, but my god, is that one worth checking out. Okay, so I kind of already said it was a bit of a waste of time to look for sky food. So we're just going to take a look at our drinks and see what's going on. Like, if this was a question of nectar, we have it in the bag, but the funny thing is, I think I've always struggled to try and find some kind of sky drink. I definitely feel like that's one that I've needed to construct. Yeah, it's like right there in front of us, and yet unless we can unless we find unless we find sustenance with one sky or or a drink with two, it's all kind of for naught. Okay, so I think the fair thing to say here is that the sky is not happening. But with that in mind, I am interested in looking at some other details here. So for instance, furs and feathers was the one that would give me that level 10, which is not, incidentally, that's not an obvious one for us. Where did it go? Oh god, there's no way I was getting that up to level 10. Yeah. Yeah, so the sky thing is, I've really tried to break it down as many ways as I can. I can't make it work to the 12 aspect, which is fair enough because Lantern is the stronger one that I have anyway. So we'll close that off as a possibility. It was absolutely worth taking the time to figure out, because if we can get to the top of that tower, that just, that's another level of focus that I can apply. But in this case, this just tells me in future, don't spend so much time pursuing sky. Like, I'm just not equipped for that. Yet I do feel like there's some opportunities here with the nectar or the rose, and I think that's largely just going to be a question of where I want to go. Maybe the first determination I'll make is what's the most difficult place for me to go with this character, and I think it's all 9s no matter what. So in this case, it's really more a question of what can I generate. So technically with the nectar, it's a little different because it's a slightly weaker start than the others. So we do, for nectar, we'd use 1 heart to get it up to 7. We could probably use the dandelion wine for another 2, and that would bring it up to the 9. Our alternative would be we take the rose, we use a memory with 2 rose, we use the lunar globe to bring that up to 7, and then I don't have any rose from my elements of the soul, but I believe if we were to use the Roscragen whiskey, we could get another 2 out of that. Yeah, so in that case, the question now is, which of these 2 do I want to do? I can take the... Yes, I've previously opened every location except this one. So, by extension, I haven't opened this one as well. Actually, come to think of it, I think I've also opened up the Squawkful Logia. My slight inclination is towards the Nectar location, but I think that's also because there were some suggestions that we might want to follow things with the Sisterhood of the Knot. On the other hand, there's also an argument for the overgrown kitchen garden. So I want to see if there's any other rooms that I can open with heart. Okay, so it kind of pains me not to go further down the well, but I am going to open the overgrown kitchen garden here. The logic here is that I think it's more likely for me to be able to open up the root-thronged descent with something like a gale or a storm than it is for me to be able to open the overgrown kitchen garden. So in this case, we will hire the passing musician. It's expensive, but I mean, we can afford it. Hire visitor, I'll hire this one for a day. So this means we set aside the heart. And I suppose the rest of this just become, well, one of these is going to be, one of these is going to have to be the impulse. That's Dehoris 1. Well, the musician doesn't necessarily have to be a percussionist, so it's appropriate that they have Sky. But if the icon has bongo drums, then it's weird that they don't have Heart. But I don't believe. See, the thing is, I don't think Heart has ever. I don't believe I've seen Heart necessarily associated with any other instrument. Whereas Sky is present in every instrument. So I'm just going to take a minute here to update the musician. I'm just some irritating lying ginger kid from Cornwall who should have been locked up. I just managed to escape and blag into music. I loved as soon as I started reading this this quote, I was like, oh god, this is Aphex Twin. I was not expecting that. I have an Aphex Twin shirt, which is basically, I think I've even talked about this in chat. Like I have an Aphex Twin shirt, which, you know, if I'm meeting new people, like I sometimes just kind of throw that up as a flag to see if anybody recognizes it. And inevitably that's how I find, you know, some interesting conversations. Okay, so we're going to spend the rest of the day buffing up the traveling musician, and I guess we read the texts one at a time. Except for the Faust. The Faust will read the dangerous stuff. Okay, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Be Free Fleas. Forgot you went live tonight. Busy binging your previous streams for this game. Well, thank you very much. I guess you can know that we don't die up to this point. But yeah, I'm continuing on with the idea of not committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms until I'm absolutely forced. And it turns out you can get really far in Hush House without committing something to the Tree of Wisdoms. We have gotten a nice little trove of books, so I'm reading those one by one just in case I wind up with something that gives me a malady. But we're carrying on. Also, thank you for mentioning that you watched the previous stuff. I do like it when I hear about people who find out about the stream through the YouTube videos, because those were originally intended to be for people who liked watching the stream but couldn't always catch me, especially when I moved sort of not exactly across the country, but close to. And that ultimately was how some people found some of the Cultist Simulator stuff. So obviously from that point, I tried to do something a little bit more regular in terms of doing Cultist stuff. But it's always just nice to sort of know the frame of reference that people are coming from. So it's something I appreciate whenever people mention it. Okay, we'll use the Ambrose desk to read something using Shapt. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now, one thing I forgot to check was if there's anything special that the musician winds up giving. In this case, it is just element of the soul, memory, tool, beverage, and sustenance. So we'll really only need the beverage here, but it is good to just to verify this sort of stuff. Were there 3 rows of blank texts in Cultist Simulator? I feel like I remember there being less. I don't believe there were any rows texts in Cultist Simulator. Tikri, I for sure found you first on YouTube, but took a weird turn into Steam streams before Twitch. Yeah, I think you're the only person who's followed that path, actually, Kree. Very good to see you, by the way. Where did the click come from? Okay, we've got On the Winding Stair. This is a Ramsund text, so we did have the option of learning Ramsund, but we didn't take it because we wanted to follow up on the Affair of the Second Skin. I don't know offhand. It might be 3, but I also recall there was a mangled or corrupted text, which could possibly count as a 4th. Okay, so we're gonna pour out some wine and serve it, and then the musician will get us a new room. This is a forgetting moment. Yes, I apologize for not having the full contents of Cultist Simulator committed to memory. All in my defense, the author of the game is quite good at writing, and it is enjoyable to read the text. So I will endeavor to do better in the future. I will work. I appreciate you all sticking with me while I work to become a better person. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. I'm just glad to have found your channel via Cultist Simulator. Yeah, thank you, Be Freeze. I mean, the one thing I do feel a bit bad about is that I like I know I do variety stuff, so sometimes it's sort of like, oh, can you just go back to doing the cultist stuff? But it is I think if I was to do Cultist Simulator like nonstop over like 5 years, even then I think I would hit my limit in terms of how much I enjoy it. But like I said, it's obviously engagement is a nice thing. Being able to talk with people in the chat is nice, but just being able to kind of know where people are coming from and what they find interesting. Like there is a reason why I've done dedicated like Cultist Simulator streams. I was just being silly, RFSM. Like I'm hoping you were like, if I thought you were serious about me not memorizing the Cultist Simulator stuff, I would actually probably be genuinely angry. But no, I'm being silly about the text. Sorry, I know the delivery is dry sometimes, so I need to get a little better at that. All right, we've got the wine on its way for the chickens. I think that's the best we can do with the day. Not gonna lie, you didn't get very far in Cultist Simulator, didn't have the proper time to keep at it. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing. It's funny how often I'm hearing this now with Book of Hours, and it definitely gives me hope for Book of Hours, because I think Book of Hours is absolutely intended to... it's intended to be something that was made for people who have fallen into that space. Like, clearly there were enough people who are into Cultist Simulator that it could do well not just on Steam on release, but that it could also support, it could also support the, porting to Switch and mobile and so on and so forth. But the thing is that I absolutely have sympathy with people who, like, honestly, this will sound unfair to Cultist Simulator because I enjoy this game so much. And yet I have a lot of sympathy for the people who look at Cultist Simulator and say it's like, this is just asking too much of me. I don't have this kind of time. I want to like it, but it's just I've got other stuff to do. And I think that's completely fair. That's healthy, right? But it's also an advantage for me as a broadcaster, because especially if you feel comfortable with the game, like in the case of Cultist Simulator, I'm not immune to losing, but it would be a rarity, let's say, for me to lose a Cultist Simulator game now. But there are enough people who are interested in the writing and the setting that they enjoy watching people go through it. And I think whatever audience I have, that's kind of where that comes from. And it actually kind of means that I suspect Book of Hours is going to be a bit harder for me to rope people in, because right now I have this nice advantage of being, a group of, among a group of people who have access to this game ahead of time. Certainly there's more videos than mine out there, and they're usually by people with larger audiences. And so in terms of outreach, they're probably going to be doing much more in terms of bringing Cultist Simulator to a new audience. But with that said, the thing about this game is that this is going to be for a bunch of people who want to just take this kind of game at their own pace. And so as a result, again, I'm going to be delighted to share Book of Hours, and there's going to be lots to talk about. So I'm definitely going to stream it. But with that in mind, the whole idea of, I don't have the time to kind of really come to terms with this game, well, that doesn't apply as much to Book of Hours anymore. It really is the game that you can do sort of at your own pace, on your own time. And again, it's a real indication in terms of how well, I mean, effectively, Weather Factory has invented this sort of genre of game, if it counts as a genre of game, because there's really only one other one that sort of picked up from the style of game that this is. But But yeah, I mean, in this case, they really identified the things that were, and you can see this in Exile too, right? Like if you think about Exile, Exile is the answer to the complaint that Cultist Simulator is very grindy, right? So Exile will basically fail you very quickly, and if you manage to get that escape velocity, it's quite difficult to lose. You can lose, but it's more difficult than at the start to lose, if that makes any sense. And that's different from the base Cultist Simulator, where you can actually invest a lot into a playthrough and then all of a sudden find out that you're in a tough spot and you've lost all of that progress and you have to start over from the beginning. And then in the case of Book of Hours, so far I haven't really found a way to get lost. And the tips in the menu say that there's always a way through. So even if it seems like, I'm not quite sure what happens if you lock all of your skills into the Tree of Wisdoms, below 9, because at that point, I'm going to assume it has something to do with like writing a history, and then when you write a history, you'll be able to put it in one of those slots. That's my guess. But yeah, that's a guess here. Did you ever play Sunless Sea or Sunless Skies? Yeah, so I played Sunless Skies as part of its... I don't think it was actually early access. I think I was in the beta. There was a Zed fighting challenge. That might have actually been the first time I exchanged an email with Lottie, which is funny because Lottie is not a QA rep. But obviously she went to Weather Factory before Sunless Skies was completed. I have also played Sunless Sea, but I did it only once on stream, and not for disliking it, but it was one where I tended to find that people really like to let you know that they've played that game, and they actually became quite... like it was becoming unpleasant to play the game. I'll do it again, but like this is a prototype of like how the biggest fans of a game can actually sometimes be a reason not to stream a game. Because essentially what happened was I was no longer able to play Sunless Sea. I essentially just had to babysit chat the entire time with people who wound up being very obnoxious, trying to sort of one-up each other in terms of how much they knew about Sunless Sea. And instead of me enjoying this game and sharing it with everybody who are my regulars, it's essentially just dealing with people writing the sun, the sun, the sun, the sun like 200 times inside of chat. And I get it. I know what the Dawn Machine is, but like, come on. Like, I get if it's 1,000 people in a Twitch chat that it gets kind of rambunctious. To have that with like double-digit viewers, that's like that's a level of disrespect that I just can't handle. So yeah, like in this case here, I really do want to go back to Sunless Sea, especially because I was one of the people originally with Sunless Sea. Somebody had recommended it to me and I bounced off of it because I ran into that trap. And again, this is an example. Sorry, I kind of got a digression on my digression, but when we're talking about how the games sort of get fixed, I was one of those people who fell into that pit of the fact that the game was optimized for people who are already experienced with it, and like that the onboarding of the game was quite, I don't know, it wasn't quite there. So it took me a while to sort of get to this point where I found all of the cool story stuff that people were talking about with Sunless Sea. I actually struggled to get into the game at the beginning quite a bit. But once I hit that level, basically I got a lucky run with a ship. I got a good ship, and I kind of kept renewing that one. And that was when I really started to appreciate it. But yeah, that is a thing that was recognized about Sunless Sea, and it was something that both informed the way that Sunless Skies was developed, but also how the beta testing, even up to Book of Hours, has worked. There's an effort that was made to basically there was an effort to sort of like bring in new people so that you'd make sure that you have this onboarding experience be a pleasant one rather than just kind of optimize the game for the people who are already very familiar with it. And then to that other point, back to the secret history settings game. So you can sort of see Exile is the answer to the too grindy problem with base Cultist Simulator. I don't mind whatever grind people complain about in the base game, but I'm already like favorably disposed to Cultist Simulator. So I'll acknowledge that maybe I'm not the the best judge on that side. But I would say I think it's fair to say there isn't much of a grind in Exile. Like you're on the run too much to really grind. At the very least, it's a different kind of grind, let's say. And then you've got Book of Hours. And of course, what's Book of Hours solving the problem for? The Book of Hours is basically saying is like, I really want to love this lore. I really want to love this setting, but I just don't have it in me to play a game where, because my dread piled up too much, I have to completely reset the run. And so it's really, really interesting if you follow these games and the development, to just sort of see how the problems that people have talked about in the previous ones, how without anybody sort of explicitly going out and saying, we're solving this thing that people are complaining about. It's just neat to sort of see how these games sort of slowly shift around some of the challenges people were talking about. Anyways, hopefully that was interesting to people. So the overgrown kitchen garden. This place has been surrendered to wind and weed. Bees buzz menacingly. Somewhere, something clucks plaintively. Olaf, you good man. Thank you very much for your continued support. I hope you're doing well. I believe it is launch day for you, based where you are. However, you do need to wait a few hours like the rest of us. I hope you're doing well, though. Thank you very much. All right, let's get the traveling musician to open this. Waited to the end of the system talk. The system talk is never over. So yeah, the one branch of the Tree of Wisdoms I'm technically forbidden from is Hushery. I'm like the opposite of Hushery. So actually, here we go. I'm interested in where this goes. I know for myself. I know for myself what my preferred branch in the Tree of Wisdoms would be, but I'm curious in two things. So number one, I'd love to know where your interest lies. If you could study one of these or apply one of these to yourself, which one would you want? But if you're feeling particularly brave and want to hurt my feelings, I'd love to know what one you think I would apply to me. I think I'm going to learn something about myself that I don't want to hear. All right, kitchen garden. In 1652, Musgrave de Wolf caught a traveling peddler stealing vegetables from his garden, an eccentric wanderer who went by Ricardo Milagro. Musgrave's ancestors would simply have hung the fellow, but Musgrave decreed 7 years' service in the garden instead. When the 7 years were up, Milagro had proved his worth as a gardener and chose to make Brandkrug his home. The grapevines here were planted with rootstock he carried in his pack. So yes, we've got the garden. So here we got garden, nourishing vegetables in summer and autumn. We have a beehive. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. So nectar and scale, grapes. The gentle climate of Cornwall supports grapevines, harvest in spring and summer. And we've got Terence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. And Tuppence, the other chicken. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terence. Nobody's volunteering their knowledges? You have illumination, hushery, nyctodromy, scolacosophy, the bosque, preservation, birdsong, oromachistry, ithistry. Oh, good. I was actually thinking that people were going to go for the arts, or were going to ignore the arts unregarded for reasons that you might might imagine. I figured there would be at least one birdsong in here, but I'm delighted to see bosque. Unless you were applying Bosque for me, in which case, do I look like some kind of hippie to you? No, I'm kidding. All right, we're going to do the same thing that we did yesterday. We're going to see what we can find at the rainy day. All right. So this is a good one for us to know because we this is actually the case I was thinking of. Basically, we have other nectar opportunities in. Yeah, so nectar here, grail here. And the reason I use Faust here is because I want to make sure that I have something renewable. I was delighted to find out that Kite was really into the name Hushery. I won't say what video this was for, but I did find the Revolutionary Legacy, and man, that is an interesting setup. The Revolutionary seems quite different from the other legacies. It's one I was originally thinking, I was like, oh man, I don't know if I have a lot in common with this character, and then I was thinking a little bit more about it, and I was like, actually, I think I can see an angle on this. All right, a poet. Man, there's a lot of these new ones. So a poet has come to the Sweet Bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. So a winter, moth, and sky character. So winter is actually... I was originally going to say not interested, but winter opens possibilities here. So again, actually I guess the moth is interesting too because the Trist gives us 2 moth. This is why I didn't use the Trist for the Sweet Bones, by the way. So I'm actually going to pursue this moth angle a little bit because moth has a relevant instrument. And Skin-Shuck Mead. This is one of those cases I'd be willing to give up some of the Skin-Shuck. So again, just as a kind of starting sketches, so we've got presumably the 4 to start off with. So we can add 2 from an element of the soul. So we can add 2 from a memory, 1 from a tool, so that's 9 to start off with. Basically, we need 3 more out of that. So I think we only have drink and sustenance to work with after that. So it may be that we don't need to worry about the Skin-Shuck Mead after all. But let's see what we've got. Let's see what we have access to, basically. So the Skin-Shuck Mead will give us 6 moth. So that's like overkill at that point. If we take a look in the pantry, too much Skin-Shuck Mead. Yeah, not as many mothy items. Oh, we do have the cuckoo honey, which would give me the 3. Although at this point, the cuckoo honey is actually rarer than the... I think that's rarer than the mead. Does kind of feel worse. So what would the alternative be? So we start them off with their 4. We give them the mead, which brings them up to 10. And then basically a tool and an element of the soul. I'm not opposed to that. Okay, well, I think we've decided that this is worth paying for the poet, so I'll hire this one for a day. So we'll leave the Trist aside just in case. So we have Faustchapt and Whist to play with. And then, of course, the Weird Cursed Spire. Hey, didn't think I was going to be getting there, but... there's definitely... I don't know about a labyrinth, but there's some wild stuff down here. I am looking forward to getting to it. So we know we don't need to worry about the Faust. So I think the solar was relatively safe, if I recall. Oh, it says occasionally contaminated, so we'll start with that. Hired. So it shouldn't be a surprise that at this point, you know, it's 4 for each, but I'm going to take a minute here to write this down. Okay, so our first collaboration is going to be to feed them some booze. So Skinshuck Mead, a murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. Nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. It would be nice to make something of the rain. I'll think about it. We do still have some books to catalog, although a Witching to Sane never goes amiss, so... Observations on the Peacock Door. So this is another VAC text. We're actually running out of space to store all this stuff. Okay, let's move on. So we need 13. We'll start with the Tryst just so I don't wind up locking that into something. Let's take a minute here and see what we can do with the kitchen. So nothing actually, unless I want to use my health, which I do not want to do. So instead... So I don't think, if I do sea stories with the rain... Oh, that's not right. Okay, so I do have to do it at a crafting station. Okay, yeah, so we can make a Witching to Sane out of that. Yeah, might as well. It's a slower pace for the books, but I'm not going to kick up the dirt over it. I'll confess, the fewer books that I can actually read than I was hoping for, but I'll make my peace with that. I should also take a quick look. So we got up to 6 there. We could bring it up to 7, but that's not a call for adding the... not a call for adding Arab to the toolkit yet. Alright, so we'll use the Shears of the Sisterhood here. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. And you know what? I don't think I actually needed to take them up to 13. A novel method for invocation and contrition. So that's Eric Capayan, I think. Yeah. Alright, let's get to the tip top. Weird Curse Spire. 7 years ago, someone pronounced a curse here in the name of the sun and its many selves. This place was not the curse's target, and nor was I, but its poison fills the air around me. I should not enter here until it's cleansed. So that's a minute while we go through there. And I did say that I wanted to explore the moor a little bit more. So let's go back with weaving and not working. Let's see if we get anything different after 90 seconds. We found a dog last time, but I don't think you get a repeat dog. We have quite a few pets now. So we've got the chimeric larva. We have a cat. We have a loyal dog. I'm waiting for the turtle. Turtle is probably the one that I liked the most when I saw the image. Maybe not least of which because I'm pretty sure it's got a lantern symbol on it, but... Now, one other thing I might want to be a little more careful about is I've been using... I've been kind of ignoring the weather, and the fact of the matter is I do actually have a few books I could be reading. Oh, I restored the Abbey Church of the Isle all the way to its topmost spire. Achievement unlocked. Spire, here Hendrik de Wolf met in secret with King Henry, once the Bronze King, now Old Copper-Nose, for the great debasement had ended the supremacy of the Leashed Flame, and Henry's heirs were no more than human. There is a story that Hendrik's son Thomas listened from the rafters, that 3 times he heard Henry to ask his father to break a certain promise in the matter of Cair Ys beyond the wave, and the 3rd time the father did not refuse the king. This, says the story, is why Thomas never liked to make a promise thereafter, for fear of breaking it. So here we have Brian Levinson. This bust is cast from aluminum, oxidized to gray. We have the Spire Prospect, take counsel with the skies. Moth and Sky. Will accept an element of the soul, cooperative pet, or blank. And pigment. Here we've got Evening Isles coffee. And a cup of it. We also have Houndsgall. Books written in Houndsgall are more likely to return to their owner, or to one to whom they have been legitimately sold. An ink of containment. All right. I do also note the bell. That's the top of the house for you. So, that was fun. I think we're still going to try and push ahead in terms of getting some of the rarer visitors. Here we have Serpentinite Slab. Nope. Do I not have any more room for it? Guess not. If you were to dedicate yourself to any of the branches of the Tree of Wisdoms, it would be Birdsong. I don't know how to shut up, and the type of person who always enjoys the noise around you as a melody. Alternatively, you can imagine yourself with Horomachistry, if only because you like being nosy. Interesting. I mean, it's a little bit different from the start of the game here, but I did like the personality test at the start with the choosing your elements of the soul and what background you get. But I do also like the idea of sort of choosing, obviously, like many things, you don't need to just be focused on one solid path, right? Usually combinations of things tends to make for a more interesting experience. But with that in mind, I think it's fair to say there's usually one or two things that will really appeal to people. So I'm always interested, especially when it's potentially different from mine, because I'm pretty stereotypical in terms of my tastes, I think. So it's always interesting to sort of hear alternative perspectives. Okay, so the usual deal, I think, but before we go any further, let's see what we can find at the Sweet Bones with our Faust. We do have a sunny day to work with, so we may want to take advantage of that for the sky or the lantern. But of course, what we're really looking for would be heart, nectar, or scale for exploring lower, 10 Grail or 10 Moth to go. I've never actually been into this. Oh no, I have. It's the wine cellar. Oh, by the way, when I was counting the pets, we also have the chickens. My apologies. One moon or winter and rose or sky. So there's definitely some possibilities here, but I want to make sure that I've got I want to make sure that I've got the kind of all of the information before I make a choice. Another poet. Okay. Well, we do know... So the question here is, I may be not ready to give up a skin shuck mead on this. But we do know other things that we need. So again, they provide winter, moth, and sky. So we have a winter, we have a sky, and we have a moth. So I'm actually, just because I wind up doing this each time anyway, I'm going to write this down as just sort of my, like, what do I have in my, have in the hand. So for winter, so Solomon's Preparation's pretty easy to make with winter if it comes down to it. So we've got a memory, we've got an element of the soul, we've got a drink. I don't think I have any winter sustenance, and we don't have a winter tool. So it's 8 plus whatever the character brings. Of course, in the case of the poet, they're already bringing 4, so we could get the poet up to 8 without any kind of intervention. Or, well, sorry, we could bring the poet without a consumable, is what I mean. And I actually think that doesn't quite work for me because I don't know how much isle water gets me there. Anyways, I think it's fair to say that we have the shrouded space if I want it. So what's the next story here as far as moth is concerned? Because that's one that I have a tool for. So... Okay, so that's 5 to start off with. Oh, this is a weird one. So I don't think I have any 1 moth. So it's actually kind of funny that in the case of moth, I'll just double check that it's usually the wines that are the ones that have the funny business I haven't paid attention to. Well, there's the cuckoo honey. Actually, the honey would do it too, so... Yeah, so there's the 10 there. And then I guess it was Sky, so... So when it comes to Sky, we can bring someone Faust 1, Memory 3, Astrolabe 4, Drink 5, and then in the case of the Poet, they would be coming with 4. So I give up the most to be able to access the wine cellar, but I actually think it's a good idea that I do that. Yeah, so we're gonna hire the Poet again, and we're gonna hire them basically for the same job. We'll use up a honey, but I can live with that. Okay, I'm gonna try something new with the Moor. I don't know if there's anything special that happens if I go for scale instead, but I'm going to give it a shot. I think this is the best scale that I can throw at it. The thing is, I did say I wanted to visit the Moor at least once, which I've done now. The question now is, like, when do I stop? Because it's not like I really need the stuff from these investigations. Hired. All right. Poets, they say, never do the washing up. This one hasn't brushed his hair either, but he has his uses and his talents. So, let's do our tryst. Oh yeah, I gotta generate a memory too. I almost blew that. Let's get, Second Glory, so this is Deep Mandiac text, so nothing we can do about that quite yet. I'm actually happy we can shuffle this stuff behind the Astrolabe. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. I'm slightly curious if I was supposed to discover these hirelings sooner or later. Like, again, I can understand, given my experience with Cultist Simulator, why I didn't, like, think to look for these before. But now that I've found them, like, I'm obviously using them a lot more, so gotta run grab some grub. Don't die. I'll do my best. I may take a pause for some tea after we unlock something, too. It's been a little bit slower in terms of getting these texts, but like I said, I haven't really been following through. Oh yeah, you know what the other funny thing is I've been spending so much time during spring, like just doing my usual stuff. I almost certainly could have done something with the Poet, but anyways, that's fine. The time's already used here. But yeah, I've been focusing so much on doing things that like I don't have a lot of I haven't been doing some of the conventional stuff that I normally do. All right, this is interesting. So yew blank, a wood sacred to the Malachite, who is called the ring yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. So 2 nectar, 1 winter. I could use this to enhance Mr. Kill if I needed. It's only 1 winter, so like I don't want to go nuts about it, but we also do have a couple of recipes that take wood, so I will keep an eye out for that. All right, so we got what we needed for our memory. Yeah. Anyways, I've been taking a slightly different approach. Like, we'd probably have been mainlining the books under a previous iteration. I'm happy to be unlocking a few other rooms, but I think at this point maybe we'll put a bit more effort into reading the books. And the other thing I want to do is get a slightly better idea of what I'm what I'm using. So for instance, we've got summer coming up. Summer also provides moth. So maybe I don't need to put as much effort into hiring the really expensive poet. Again, we've got a ton of money, so I'm not too worried about the expenses, but it's still nice to be somewhat thoughtful in terms of how we're using it. Oh, Thyrsus cordials might have moth. Yeah, I could have used Thyrsus cordials instead. Well, I guess I can still do it now, but I don't mind giving up a little honey. I'm going to assume that we can do that with the beehive. All right, Shape and Smoke, Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. I only know, I can only access Mr. Kill right now. I don't know about anyone else. Okay, let's give them their honey, and then we can open up another room. Oh, I thought there was an extra honey in the back here. Blood of the Hour called Malachite, and also and furthermore wonderful on toast. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Well, I'm assuming most of the consumables are renewable one way or another. It's just a question in terms of what I'm going to do. Again, it's like what everybody keeps saying whenever they come in here. It's like, why do you have so few elements in that? It's like, well, it's because I've been able to get by without more. But what that does mean is I do actually need to take the time and think about how I'm approaching certain things, because in the end, I'm only going to be able to take a certain number of actions on a given day. So in this case, I didn't worry too much about the cataloging because I knew we had a number of books to read anyway. But even some of those like side trips to the moor and such, I mean, it's fun to do and all of that. But in practical terms, I really don't have any use for this stuff. Even the dog, it winds up taking an action that I'm really not ready to do right now. So yeah, most of this stuff, again, it's renewable. I try to be somewhat thoughtful in terms of how I use things, whether or not it's easy or difficult for me to put it to get it back. But it always does sort of exist in the context of what elements I'm giving up in order to achieve it. Something much bigger layered here. The walls and ceiling are smeared with its slimes. It's gone, but its children remain, wriggling in every shadow. We'll have to clear, lure, or drive them out. All right, the wine cellar. Ricardo Milagro, traveler, rascal, Musgrave's gardener, managed a creditable wine from Brandkrug grapes. Cornwall has never really been wine country, and the tradition was unevenly maintained, but the curia of the Isle kept a good cellar. So this is a nice boon in terms of our ability to boost our followers. So we have a bucket of seawater, plain stool, more Roscragan whiskey if we ever need the rose. We do have a lost package, or lost packages. Domaine Reveline, Schloss Jannings, more dandelion wine, and a new one, Lambing Broselandi, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the Western continent. Or at least I think that's a new one. Maybe that is actually... Nope, we did have one of those. So, the collapsed cellar, That's going to take 11 heart, 11 nectar, or 11 scale. And then to go below at the Rustling Stair, that's going to require 11 moon or 11 scale. Both of those are certainly going to be quite challenging for us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am definitely still feeling the effects of pushing things kind of hard over the last week. So I think once we see the weather for today, I'm going to take a small break. It's mostly going to be to make some tea, but I kind of need like a stretch and a walk, and just generally I need to kind of get my energy back a bit. So it's going to be a little bit longer than my normal breaks, but I'm still going to try and be somewhat timely on that. The storm's big news for us. So I will take a quick investigation of some of the options that I have. So there's heart here, which I may want to pay attention to. We have heart here. And then the 9 sky. So all of those are things that I'm going to want to keep an eye on in terms of whether or not they give me something that I need. The other alternative, of course, is to take a look at some of the text. So these ones I don't want to worry too much about. I think all of these I can handle on my own. But where were we? I believe these are ones I've read already. Instruments of the Heart with 10 heart to work with. Oh god, yeah. This is a piece of cake now. So yeah, Instruments of the Heart would be a really good candidate. Less so for Mirror of the Mel-Ansith. So 4 sky, 8 sky, 9 sky, 10 sky, but I don't quite have the rest to seal the deal. Well, I guess I could use the ink. A question we will resolve when I come back with some tea in me. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit longer than usual. I don't want to spend too long on it, but I do just need to I just need to clear some of the fuzz out. So I see there's a few of you. Thank you for hanging out. Again, I want to be respectful of your time here, but I also want to do as best as I can to put on a good show. So I will run some ads just to help people get over the pre-roll when they first come in. But I encourage you maybe to get up, get a stretch, get a glass of water, Ross Craggan whiskey perhaps. Number of things that you can grab, but we will be back hopefully soon. Well, I'll be as soon as I can, but just a heads up, it's going to be more than just making the tea. I do need a minute. If nothing else, I'll just like run laps around the kitchen or something like that to try and get the fuzz out. So we'll see you all in a little bit. The kettle boiled so much sooner than I wanted it to, and I was like, no, I'll go under a blanket. I'm sorry. Again, like I said, I kind of knew that this was going to be, hey, Olaf, thank you very much for the, it's a very long 45 seconds there. Thank you very much for the bit. On top of your months of resubscribing. The bit that really pushed it over the edge. So thank you very much. Yeah, I was gonna say it probably took longer than it was supposed to, but not long enough for me. Like I said, I knew this was gonna be a thing. Like the thing is, there's a bunch of big stuff happening at work, and I'm on top of it, but it still is very like it's just one of these things where there's no way to say this without like sounding full of myself. But it is very much one of these cases where I know I am the only one who can do this thing at work. You know, it's what I'm hired to do. It's a specific thing. I'm responsible for sort of building some infrastructure for it. So it's also just a question of not even about my skill, but I am the idiot who wrote all the crappy stuff that went into it before. So, you know, even if they wanted to get rid of me, like there's the problem of sometimes you want to keep the idiot that got you lost so you know your way out. But all that said, by the way, I'm wondering if these count as niches as well. There's no like indicator on it, but man, does it sure feel like these things should go in certain places. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, anyways, just it's one of these cases where, you know, I know what I'm up against, I'm on top of it, but I've been burning the candle at both ends. I've been working pretty hard on the Book of Hours stuff. I'm getting ready for, you know, the next 2 days worth of work. I'm, you know, trying to keep on top of some of the other things sort of swimming around in the background, and you know, those debts are starting to come due. Like I'm already feeling quite worn out. I'm going to make sure I get a good sleep tonight because obviously, you know, you all want to see a good show on the Steam page, but yeah, it just for little things like taking a longer break on a broadcast like this. It's, you know, this is the thing that I'm trying to do to keep myself sane. So, and thank you for starting and continuing the coffee fund. I believe you and Narkexi have been have been very dedicated coffee funders. Yeah, again, like my plans, just in case anybody's worried, like I have a plan. The worst thing that has happened the last couple of days. So there was an unfortunate case where I had something I really wanted to put together for this week, and it's clear that that's not going to happen without me doing unnecessarily late evenings, and that's just not an option in my view. The one curse has been the last 2 days. I still have a bit of a sleep debt, but the last 2 days, for whatever reason, I've gone to bed somewhat early. But, I mean, again, early for me, not early in general. And yet I've wound up in, like, both of the evenings that I've gone to bed early, I've wound up waking up at around, like, 5 or 6 in the morning. So I've actually had less than 8 hours of sleep on the 2 days where, like, I've fallen asleep to give me, you know, 9 or 10 hours to try and catch up. And I was very upset with myself about that. But what are you gonna do, right? You know, if your body wakes up, you can't always force it back. So, anyways, neither here nor there. We are back to Brandkrug. So we need to make some decisions here about the storm. So let's just play around a little bit. Let's see what's possible in terms of the collapsed cellar. So with the storm, we can get 4. With health, we can turn that into 5, and with the bowl, we can turn that into 6. So even if we had a even if we had a visitor, we would need to find another heart from either food or drink, which I think is achievable. The alternative would be sky. So sky, again, we've got a 4 to work with, 5 with the Faust, 6 with the Astrolabe. So if we've got a visitor, that already brings us up. 7 with the drink, but that's as high as we get. And then, of course, our outside option is to use the storm in reading a book. So I think it's going to be like last time. We're going to employ our Faust to see what special characters we can hire. And I will be honest, I'm not too upset by the idea of just reading a heart text. But you know, you never know. Like there may be, it's not a hardship to open up and investigate what's in these areas. And I mean, it's also just kind of nice to be able to, like, I know what it's like to read books. I know what it's like to, you know, investigate these areas. My inclination definitely is to read the books. But I know with 3 texts here, we're going to be able to catalog the last of what we need. So tomorrow is definitely when we start reading books in earnest. And just being able to start opening up a few more areas seems like a nice way to sort of ease my way into potentially finding another source of books. All right, so a musician, we're familiar with them. So I guess this would be the time. I mean, I do have the nectar that I can throw at it, but that feels like a waste of the... Well, actually, hang on. So let's think about that. So let's say I wanted to use the storm to read the book instead. Well, no. Okay, so the passing by musician, I hire them, I give them the storm and an astrolabe, and that's done. What would the alternative be? So they start with 4, 5. Let's say we got the memory of the storm, so that would turn it up to 7. Okay, sorry. 4, 5. Astrolabe is 6. Memory would be 8. And then one of the drinks would be 9. So yeah, we definitely don't need to use the storm to get this guy to open up the Squawkphologia. And we could probably have an easier time with the rose. So with the rose, they start with 4. Tool to bring it up to 9. We don't have rose from our Elements of the Soul, so that doesn't help us. But we've got them at 5 with the tool, 7 with the memory. Yeah. So one way or the other, I can see a couple of paths that make it sensible to hire the musician. Now, while we're at that, let's just get the heart book read. Even if that means that we're not able to, to do anything else. Like, I just like the idea of being able to get, make the most of a memory here. That ain't right. I'm just trying to think, is there... Well, I could try 11, but what does that prove? So, yeah, here we go. The Instruments of the Heart. Sister Isabel, the precentress of the Abbey Church of St. Brendan's, engages in dialogues with a heartlong of a kind called Dwendrazon that has taken partial possession of her body. Now, one thing I do need to do is get that storm memory, so Well, let's delay. Now, you know what? I wanted to try and get clever, but I don't think it's going to work, so... we will take Apollo and Marsyas. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so we will talk with the musician, and we'll start by... Wait a minute. Okay, let me just make sure I've got the logic down here. So 4, 6 from the memory, 7 from the Faust, 8 from the astrolabe, 9. Yes, we need to use everything. Together we will be watchful. So, I am a little nervous about the Pneuma. But in this case, again, a storm is a terrible thing to waste, so I'm taking on the risk, but it's kind of a calculated risk. Alright, next up we'll add the tool. Now it's also kind of funny to see how I'm treating the T, because that T, I used to guard that T pretty jealously to make sure that Denzil got the most out of it. But again, we've got kind of all the forge that we needed, so... I do have till the end of Pneuma, but if you get enough memories in Pneuma, it doesn't really matter. Like you still have to find space for it all, and this is again where the elements of the soul come into play, because I can, it's actually quite easy for me to sit down and say, okay, well, it's no big deal. I'll just get memory after memory, but you only have so much time in the day. You have 90 seconds. Or actually longer, I think, to try and restore something even if you do want to give up one of your beverages. So if you wind up, let's say, with 3 lessons, so a great example here would be, like, let's say I wound up with 2 lessons and they were auroral contemplations, which is probably not going to happen out of a heart book, but just for the sake of the argument, if I want to level that up, I'm realistically looking at all of my elements of the soul just to generate the memories. And so in that situation, not only am I not be able to take advantage of them during the other things that I might want to do in Pneuma, but the fact of the matter is I'm just not going to be able to put them in time. That's the risk that I'm going to run until Pneuma comes up. But on the other hand, right, like I can't play defensively forever. So it's a risk, but it's one that I'm sort of I will make my peace with if I wind up in a tough spot. I will confess, there's a side of me that wants to do the ignorance run. I shouldn't be saying this stuff until I actually do it. But the ignorance run is, play Book of Hours without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I guess you can play until without committing anything, but whether or not you complete it. So I guess I need to think, what am I accomplishing with my Whist and my Shapt? I kind of already know what the deal is. I mean, I could try reading more books, I suppose, but... No, I think catalog. Ignorance percent. All right, let's read the text that we've got here. So, The Duendrazon, like all its kind, usually dwells in the Mansus, but can enter the physical world by manifesting as music and take possession of a willing or semi-willing mortal who hears and loves that music, like Isabella. Have you ever felt the power of music transport you? Isabella records her dreams of the High Mansus, where she is accorded the Duendrazon status and titles. In return, the Duendrazon enjoys what it calls Caesura, a welcome oblivion. Our mostly blessing is that we may never cease, except in Caesura. There is something more that Isabella refers to as the Caesura Magna, but she laments that her Duendrazon will not tell her exactly what that might be. I'm pretty sure that's musical terminology, so got a cheerful ditty out of that. Let me add that to the list. Okay, so Drums and Dances is a heart and nectar one, so wasn't really anything that we could have done. Okay, this isn't going to be a piece of cake to level up, but it's not a lost cause either. Down to the Grecians. Squawkful Logia. Birds crowd in every corner of this place, glaring at me with malevolent yellow eyes. Guano cakes the walls and feathers drift to the floor. Something has drawn them here. It'll need to be dealt with. Once it has, the place will take an awful lot of cleaning. Just the sort of thing we want to use a musician for. All right, we've got Lady Ava's Repose. This is a welcome welcome easy text. Sorry, words fail me. We've gotten pretty lucky as far as the maladies go. Yeah, one regret is I do kind of wish that we had a little bit more for Drums and Dances. If we get hit by Numa, this is going to be really, really hard. But it will be nice to have something that gives me a bit more heart and nectar. So the expectation is that this will join the ranks of the fours. Sorry, I just have a quick message to send off. Okay. The shadow in the stair. 6 nectar seems manageable. So we've got herbs and infusions. So we've got 4. We need the weather to break for us, but this is an achievable text for sure. I mean, for crying out loud, I seem to think that under the right circumstances we can do an 8 nectar. I'm curious what insane logic led me to think that, but this is something that under the right circumstances we can work with. Exit de Wolf. I restored the sanctuary of the last Baron de Wolf. Gullscry Logia. When Baron Valentine's melancholia and his accusis became too much to bear, he began to take his meals here. With none of those sounds that he found troubling, only the wind, the sea, and the cries of his beloved birds. After the de Wolfs were gone, the librarians of the Curia would come here when they needed to think in peace. I could use one of these. Oh man, this is such a nice image. I don't spend nearly enough time just like sitting and looking at these areas. So we have a comfortable garden chair, amateurly varnished, characterfully stained. A snug chair, wicker chair with a soft white lap blanket for chilly evenings. Armagnac-D's. So that is good for Grail and a bit of Moon. Shadowless Silk. Azamel, I think that's a new ink for us. A silver ink that can only be made and used in dreams. An ink of revelation. Logia Prospect. So, take counsel with the seas. Oh, man. Okay. I was wondering... I had some thoughts about this, but... I do think there's also something kind of interesting... Like, these both unlocked... achievements. They have a certain type of look to them, and there's something... I think there's some relevance in terms of sort of what's described here and sort of these endings that are being described. So I do have a feeling that these are going to become significant later on in the playthrough. So, for instance, this has got its moon and its rose, whereas here we've got the spire, the moth, and the sky. Like, in this case, so this says element of the soul, cooperative, and blank. Right, so there's sort of equivalent. This is the sea equivalent of the sky. Hey, our good friend the Forge is back. So 10 Forge, 10 Heart, 10 Sky to get to the Weeping Chamber. I noticed there's no pathway in here. I'm curious how we're gonna make this work. But anyway, thank you, Kree, for putting up with 100 panic messages on tomorrow's stream. For those of you unaware, Kree has had the unfortunate duty of being in my Discord messages, and so whenever I'm feeling insecure about tomorrow's work, I will... they're going to wind up bombarded with feelings. There's going to be a transition between seasons here, I think. I would not be surprised if we get hit by Duma. affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Okay, we dodged the bullet for now. We have the Affair of the Second Skin coming up. I think we're gonna... I'm trying to think if there's a story... I'm trying to think if there's a... If there's like a situation where I both try to unlock a room and upgrade these. It would be nice if he zoomed out enough you could see how Hush House looks from the outside. You mean so like you have to see the walls? I think that's the image that you see in the loading screen though, right? You get kind of the image. I would have to make a guess that probably from maybe here or possibly Brandkrug. See, this is the drawback about me putting this on my SSD, but I'm going to save and quit and we'll see if we can... Okay, well you got a little bit of an image of it there. I'm sure that's going to be in the supplemental material. Like, for those of you that don't know, so GOG likes to encourage its developers to sort of include the... So, okay, so if you haven't used GOG before, what you'll do is... yeah, so this is the lesson. Just put this on your hard drive. There's no reason for this to go on a solid state, but... It was almost there, like one of those set the gap. You know what? Okay. This is totally unrelated to Book of Hours, but I actually really try and like use those sets. So like the thing that drives me crazy about them is that like I used to work in the camera department, right? Of course I know how to like set monitors. I actually care about the lot because if I'm not going to be taking advantage of them, my boss sure is. You know, you want to make sure that you're doing it right. And like the thing for me is that the way they describe it, I think, is totally inconsistent with what they want. So when it says, you know, make sure the image on the left is barely visible, well, when I look at those images, I'm like, okay, well, I need to set the gamma considerably lower if I want just a hint of that image, because that's what barely visible means for me. But whenever I do that, it inevitably clamps the blacks into like, you know, a really, really ugly look. Whereas if I just keep it at the default with that, where you have sort of a vague outline of it, but it doesn't count, it's not even remotely close as barely. Like if you were to use so if any of you've read Ansel Adams, like he was the guy who developed the zone system. So, you know, that's probably like a zone 3. You know, it's, you know, like, that's not that dark, right? You've got a few entries down below before you hit your floor. So I don't know, the instructions they give you to obviously I feel like the only one who's ever bothered by that, but yeah, I feel the instructions that they give are completely wrong. So inevitably, like, I'll set it, I'll look at it, it'll look like ass, and then I just, you know, go back to settings, hit reset, and I just go with the default gamma. So yeah, now I just don't do that. Okay, anyways. But yeah, so one thing that GOG tries to do is they try to give supplements. I think probably the origins of this comes from the fact that they do a lot of classic games, right? I think GOG used to stand for good old games, and then they realized there's not a lot of money in that, so so they're not just old games now, they're games. But if you go into like the supplemental folder, you have like a good example of this would be the manual, right? Or if you have a sufficiently old game, you know, you've got the manual that came with like a decoder ring, or, you know, find the 7th word in the 10th paragraph on page 22, or, you know, again, you play a game of a certain vintage, you've got, you know, half of the game is just getting past the copy protection. So all of that's going to sit in the supplemental folder section. But even for modern games, they usually like to encourage the developers for like, yeah, include some wallpapers or something like that. So Weather Factory is doing something similar. Again, GOG encouraged them to do that. But Steam is quite I don't know how much they enforce it, but Steam is pretty clear that they expect you to maintain parity with other storefronts. Which I'll be honest with you, like I sort of understand where they're coming from it, but I also don't necessarily see that as very consumer friendly. Because like obviously in the case of the Epic Store, if the game developer wanted to give some of the gains back in terms of the favorable rates, you know, it would be nice to, you know, pass on some of those savings to the customers. So it's like you buy it from Epic, you know, you get this, we're going to share some of the wealth. And the way that the Steam agreement is set up, it actually prevents you from doing that. I think the workaround is that basically Epic does those coupons. They kind of pay you to buy stuff from the game, from the store. So in that case, the price of the game is the same, but you are getting it for less because Epic is basically paying you. So anyways, but again, the reason why Steam does that is they don't want to be like, they don't want to be what Best Buy is for Amazon now, right? Like Best Buy is basically a showroom for Amazon. You know, people go into the store, they look at the TV, they go on, you know, on Amazon and they buy the TV. So, you know, the store spends all the money, you know, renting the property, keeping the inventory, and then, you know, the site that doesn't have those infrastructure costs is able to sell it at a lower price. And, you know, why not take the right deal, right? So yeah, that's basically the thing. So like, again, I don't want to, this isn't going to be like an anti-Steam thing. Like I think there are some things I'm not crazy about with Steam. There are things that I actually think people are unfair to Steam about. But yeah, the parity thing is one that if I'm honest, I can't see as particularly, so Bishop Scotty, I guess you wanted the attention here. So you're trying to tell me that I should get back to the game, huh? Is this where you're going with that? Gee, you were so ready to tell me what to do. Back to the topic. So basically, because GOG encouraged them to do that, as they announced on the Weather Factory page, that's going to be something that you can get as part of the package. I think they're going to do desktop wallpapers, and I think they said something along the lines of phone wallpapers. Because I you know, I really wanted to know where they were going with that, so I guess I'll take my time and take a look. I actually found out, I have a reason to believe that the artist, or at least one of the artists, because I know Clockwork Cuckoo is... So I actually think, I don't recall whether or not that was Alexis or Lottie. I have a feeling that Lottie learned a lot about shaders, and also learned a lot about what's available on the Unity asset store. So I think it was one of these wonderful cases of like learning how it worked and then finding out that there is a more time, how do I put it? The time efficient, more productive way of doing it. Yes, here we go. Okay, so the very first piece of concept art I ever commissioned for Book of Hours by Adrian Degan, so I believe they are Canadian. We're releasing this in a whole bunch of mobile and desktop wallpapers as Laganape? I have no idea what that is. With the Perpetual Edition tomorrow. So Perpetual Edition will be on sale from 17th of August from 1700 UTC to 24th of August 1700. You will probably already know that it guarantees free content expansions forever at no extra cost. In fact, because it runs alongside a launch discount, it actually costs 10% less than the face price. We didn't particularly need to offer anything on top of that, but GOG suggested some goodies would be nice, and we always need to offer parity with Steam, so they're on both platforms. Oh, and he included a Wiktionary link. Cajun French, from Spanish La Napa, a variant of Yapa, a small gift or additional quantity given to a valued customer. But yeah, so I don't know which of those posts are going to be there, but rather than loading it up on the solid state drive, you can just enjoy it as one of your monitors. So I'm still trying to figure out. So there's the option that I have here of there's the option of trying to get a hireling. There's the option of piling a bunch of stuff into drums and dances. This is a particularly difficult one. So if you take a look at drums and dances, one thing that we've got here, oops. So we've got the one lesson. So first one's fairly straightforward for me to think of. So, you know, we can get a storm and we can get an impulse. The third one, Storm, Impulse, and Solace. So I guess just as long as I don't have a fourth. I definitely want to make sure I have one for today, so we'll set aside the health. I guess a Faust and a Trist, maybe? Better still. I'll get some cataloging done first. And this may not be the wisest choice, but I think I am going to use my shaft with the sweet bones to see if we can find somebody interesting. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. On imperfections, a 10 knock. So I've got my Shapt, which is... so that starts us off with 2 Edicts Liminal. We'll bring it up to 8. We can definitely read that one. What I may do is I'll try and use the low-level texts first, sort of in anticipation of Numa. And then... after Numa passes, then we do the high-level ones. Like, again, it's a tough one because you don't want to put the whole playthrough on hold on the threat of Numa. There's a reason why that comes at a random time. But I also think it would be quite foolish for me to put, multiple memories, particularly ones that could wind up being for high-level skills. That seems like just a recipe for tremendous sadness. Okay, so we'll start with Apollo and Marsyas. I'm a little too impatient. I probably should have seen what kind of a character we were potentially going to hire, but at least in this case here, I don't have to pay them. It's after I pay them that it becomes a liability. All right, what are we up against? We have got Lala Kamia, Huntress, Gourmier, occasional bureau consultant. When it can't be killed and it really needs killing, Kami is the one they turn to. Okay, Rose or Edge. We don't know what they want for the event, though. Let's wait to see what happens with the unusual help. All right, the Surrealist Painter. So that's Grail, Moth, and Rose. So it's a little unlucky I used the Tryst already. Never hurts to take a look and see what's on offer. Welcome back, Be Free Flings. All right. So, nothing here. So you would have thought that the Surrealist Painter would have been helpful. But yeah, in this case, we came up short. Okay, that's fine. We'll set her aside. Let's have a chat. All right, on the second skin. Yes, I am here about this trouble in Marrakesh. No one is paying me, not this time. I know Abykassis once. I knew Abykassis once. I will help him if I can. I will put him out of his misery if I must. All right, let's just double check that we've got... Edge is actually one of these ones that we've had relatively little of. So it's good to make sure. So we've got the Sun's Lament. She understands Aramaic, Krakchak, and English. Okay, yes, we can satisfy the request. I think this is possibly the earliest I've gotten a request taken care of. Nope. I hope Abykassis can still be reasoned with. If not, I must be ready. Wish me luck, Librarian, but not too much. This hunt, this time, perhaps, I would prefer it to fail. All right, so the rest of the day is going to be about picking up memories for drums and dances. But we only need one more. For some reason, I was under the impression I would need more than one. And because we need nectar, I guess we can just use the impulse from Deoris. Although I'm curious why this all got rearranged. Got some whist left over. We can use that at Ambrose's desk. That's because of the lantern aspect, if that wasn't clear. Well, actually, I guess I have it the other way around, but neither here nor there. So yeah, I guess I do have a leftover Faust. I could use it to earn a little bit of money in the worst case scenario. It's probably not a good idea for me to try and read one of these texts. Again, just because I figure I've already got I've got enough on my plate as it is. I just feel it's a little bit of a shame to reduce it down to the sweet bone. So let's see if maybe there's something else we can do with our lantern. We can wait till the skill is done. Alright. Bronze Spintra for my trouble. So here we had Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Moore, resolved to take Abecassis into the custody of the Labyrinth of Lions. Lalacamia set out to end Abecassis' misery, although her ultimate intention remained uncertain even to her. Here we've got our nectar. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So yeah, this is definitely. I'm feeling a little bit of the pinch of my approach today. So essentially, what I've got here is I'm living in fear of Numa. And I think it's a healthy fear, right? Like you don't want to just carelessly throw away you don't want to carelessly throw away a good no, I need to keep Horns and Ivories up here. You don't want to throw away a good opportunity to level up your skills, but the thing is, because Numa is an unknown, I'm playing it quite cautiously as far as the different the different texts I could be reading. It's almost like playing Dark Souls and like having a large number of souls. Like you kind of want, like sometimes you just want to die so that you don't have that big burden anymore. So I know for Drums and Dances, I mean, we can get a preview of the next day anyway. So this top one is used for this Drums and Dances. We'll set aside the health. And then essentially we know we need three understanding. So depending on what the weather is, I'm assuming Trist would be the first one. And that's just because the Trist doesn't have value at the Sweet Bones. Now the thing is, the Sweet Bones, that earns us money. But, you know, like, I don't really need money. We still have 2 1-pound notes. So then the question is, well, maybe I can try one of these lantern texts. But the thing is that if one of those lantern texts has auroral contemplations, all of a sudden I'm putting every single element of the soul that I have to trying to upgrade that. And of course, if that winds up being Numa, then I've either wasted Numa or I've wasted the lesson. All right, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, I don't know, like, once you carve out 3 elements of the soul here, there's not a whole lot left. Obviously, I can see if there's something I can do with a special hire. That takes up an element of the soul. The health is already going to be used for Drums and Dances, so I can't really reapply that for something like the Moor. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, I shouldn't have gone to the Sweet Bones. I should have made something with the with either Sky or Lantern. That's my bad. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have possibilities here, but I need to... Like, this is also maybe the difference between playing this game, like, as much as I can, I kind of wanted the first experience of this game to be something that I did on stream for myself. And so with that in mind, like, if you're playing a game, one of the options that you have, is you can go into the files and you can see how the game works, right? It's a little bit like if you play Baldur's Gate 3 now, there's a lot of very ambiguous decisions there in the game, which you can only really figure out by by doing them. And if you don't like the results, you can reload, but that might be a different experience from what people really enjoy about that game. So in the case of Book of Hours, right, I tend to be on the mystery side of things, where it's kind of neat to me to be able to say, all right, well, I've got the Watchful Tantra, which doesn't seem like a particularly difficult text for me to read, but it does carry with it the risk that it will have these lessons that will wind up being kind of difficult for me to overcome. On the other hand, they could wind up being something like Inks of Revelation or Inks Inviolable, in which case that would actually be quite, that would be a very reasonable one for me to work with. So I think probably the way I'm going to handle it is, like I said, I'll do the minor tomes first. I'll just slowly work my way up, and then I'm going to stretch out the day a little bit more. And what I mean by stretch out the day a little bit more is that not commit any element. So like the way I've usually been playing up to this point has been to sort of simultaneously commit 3 or 4 books to a desk all at once. I will do that as far as the health is concerned, because, I'm not going to know anything. Well, actually, maybe not, actually. So let's leave the Whist open here. Let's say... God, this is already spoken for. Never mind. Okay, we will read Lady Ava's Repose. Oh, but I can't read it here. So this one only requires 4 winters, so basically automatically by adding Snow Stories we've already got it. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. And then... Now, you know what, I don't need to get too clever about this. If it turns out to my favor, so be it, but I do like the idea of just getting the drums and dances taken care of. If we get a chance to take another one, that's just icing on the cake. Okay, so Reading Room with the Faust. So we've got the Impulse coming from Deoris. We will get the Storm from Apollo or Marsyas. And I will be honest, I can't remember where the Solace goes. Rose of Hypatia, apparently. So yeah, I'll be honest, the thing I was originally thinking of would be to see how reading this text, reading this particular text went. But I do know it takes a while to read, so I don't know. It's a roll of the dice, but I'll see how this goes, and then I suppose if I don't like how it turned out, then I'll reconsider for the next time how I might want to work out my upgrade plans. So, Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. So the more I've been thinking about it, the more I suspect that this is actually part of the idea of placing these characters. And it's mostly just because I haven't really been able to think of where... we've had references to Abbot Geoffrey a few times, and I feel like they need to be placed in appropriate places as well, and I just need to figure out exactly how we're going to work out the order. Anyways, there are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the Grand Twins escaped, and that they live yet beyond the sea. Oh man, That's another interesting bit of lore. Although I guess it couldn't be like the twins, just because of the year. Unless the sister and witch wind up being... Yeah, no, it can't be them. Can't be them. Father Theo has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Halfrun, her forebear, or the curse placed upon the line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. He had begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he has determined to believe in them rather than accept the three deaths as a futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. Okay, so I think I've got this in my list already. We have Rhyme and Remembrance and a Regret. So let me just... Yeah, so we do have Lady Ava's Repose already, and we may actually be able to upgrade Rhyme and Remembrance. I can't remember how high that one was before. We'd need one more No, the clouds help us. Hey, okay, that actually turned out. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So that's, again, like, I can speculate all I want, but that's, I'm happy with how that turned out. So that's kind of an example in terms of the plan. You know, you can work out the plan, but this is a case where implementing it actually turned out. You know, you make a best guess based on the book that you're reading. So in the case of winter text, it's more likely you're going to get the kind of lesson that involves some sort of winter aspect. And then again, it's a crapshoot in terms of knowing what the secondary condition is unless you've read the book before. But in this case here, it sort of turned out, and we were still able to clear out the drums and dances, which was the main focus of today's work. So, and the even better news is that we have all of our elements of the soul for the next day. Getting full in the... So I guess the question is, do I go lengthwise like this, or do I go vertically first? I think we'll go lengthwise. Alright, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So we've got 5 heart, 5... nectar. I don't think the heart means much. We already had that with weaving and not working, but I do think the extra nectar is welcome. Yeah, so it's one more than we had before. So I suppose in the worst case scenario, we will have to use the earth sign before the end of the before the end of the seasons. So this one I think we said was already achievable. So drums and dances, yeah, we just need health and a bowl for that. So what about the beekeeper's ends? So 4 there, we add an earth sign for 6. I mean, that just counts as a standard memory, but still, that's a second. Oh yeah, actually, to the question about whether or not we can generate 2 nectar, it's possible we can generate an earth sign from a book. I haven't tested this yet. So let's run with the hypothesis that we can regenerate that. So we can get 4 from drums and dances, 2 from the earth sign, 1 from health, so that would be 7, and then our 8th would come from the mixing bowls. So I think the time has come for us to move our nectar collection off to the side here. Now, what would I do about Grail? So Sea Stories seems quite low. Yeah, apparently I was very optimistic about my ability to handle Grail. So we combine that with 2 and the spice scales. So that would be a total of 3, which brings that up to 7. Okay, so 4, memory is 6, spice scale is 7. So why did I think I would be able to go... Oh, because that's just one away. Yeah, so even if I mean, obviously Arab is the easy answer here, but... You wanted to ask, so what can kill you here? But on the other hand, I know you'll find out tomorrow evening. So this is the tricky part here. I have not found something that can necessarily kill me. I believe if I burn my journal, that will collapse the possibilities by a fairly significant amount. And I also suspect that, so there's some suggestion that if I don't deal with maladies, there will be consequences for it. But for myself, I like keeping, I kind of like figuring things out on my own. I assume if people are asking questions, they want something resembling an answer. They maybe don't want like a play-by-play, but they at least want to sort of know the information that they've requested. And I try not to be too coy about it. But I actually honestly can't answer you directly in terms of what will actually take you out in this game. Okay, I still have a tin Spintra, so if I wanted language lessons, I could get that. The question is it worth it to get a 14 Sky Mandiac text? Or is it better to hold off? I don't know. I'll buy it. Yeah, no worries. It's easy for me to say the basics, right? All right. So again, we're in the same spot we were last time. We have lots of possibilities ahead of us. It may actually be an idea for me to do the Watchful Tantra here. I've got an absolutely preposterous amount of lantern. So the reason I say it's interesting to do the Watchful Tantra, watch what can happen here. So we'll take the Pale Desk. For some reason I really like the Pale Desk. So we'll add the Sunny Day for the memory. Oh, sorry, no, we don't want the Faust. That way lies madness. Wait, was it really the 8? Didn't I have a higher lantern text? Okay, sorry, I just need a minute here to... Okay, so there's a couple things that I can do here. Remember, and again, this is a problem of entirely of my own invention here. So what's the problem that we run into? The problem that we potentially run into is that we will commit or will read a sufficiently high book. We're going to have some kind of we'll get a bunch of lessons that we want to use. And then immediately in the next period, we wind up in Numa, and we wind up in a situation where we either have to use more elements of the soul than we need more elements of the soul than we would normally want to use in Numa, or we lose those lessons. So with that in mind, this is why I've been limiting the number of books that I've been reading. But we still have a few options in terms of how we can explore this. So what are the worst scenarios under which I can get hit by that? Well, Auroral Contemplations is probably the nightmare scenario, right? If I get multiple Auroral Contemplations on the eve of Numa, that's just not working. But that is truly like, I'm just straight up unlucky on that one. There's, there's some risks that it's okay. It's like when you decide, everybody's in a different stage in their life, so maybe you haven't hit this, and I apologize because it's it can sound very smug, but needless to say, I've been on the other side of this equation too. Like, when you start working at a job, right? One where you're not just covering your rent, but you suddenly have a little bit left over. You're like, oh, where do I put my money, right? There's maybe that brief period of time where you're like, okay, I'm gonna spend spend everything that's in my pocket. And then you realize, okay, there's only so much Uber Eats you can eat. There's only so many rock concerts you can go to. I don't know why I specify rock. There are other concerts you can go to too, but eventually you're like, okay, so I should set some aside. And, what do you do when you go to the bank? Well, you probably sit down with some person who's they say they're a financial planner, but what they actually are is a salesperson. And you basically say, it's like, okay, well, you can get a small return, and there's no risk there. And you can do this thing, which is longer term, and it's higher risk, and so on and so forth. And pretty much with anything, if you want to get some kind of return, like, there's going to be some sort of danger that you bring on. So even if you keep your money in a small amount in the bank, well, we're in the age of a bunch of inflation right now. So chances are the purchasing power of that is being eroded. On the other hand, you don't exactly want to just YOLO it all into GameStonk either. So the reason why I'm giving this example here, right, is like the analogy to draw here is that there is the possibility I read the Watchful Tantra, I get 2 auroral contemplations, and then we get hit by Numa. And it's like, there's no way of protecting against that, right? That's like finding out that there's a global crisis that hits, or like Canada ceases to be a nation. At that point, deposit insurance doesn't mean anything. So those are the big ones where you're like, okay, you have to live your life and we'll move on. So you calculate ROI and everything. I mean, I do just because that's my nature. But I'm glad that we have at least one other common believer. So all that I'm saying here is like there's a risk that happens here, but there's like this is kind of like if you think of this type of risk for your whole life, you're never going to get anything done. You're just not going to have a fulfilling life. You have to do something at some point. So what are the other things that we can focus on? Well, what are the ones that are going to be the biggest pain in the neck? And what we're specifically going to be looking for is something that has got lantern aspect. The easy answer is just look for something like pyroglyphics, but I do want to double check here for anything that'll have the lantern aspect just in case. Yeah, so it looks like pyroglyphics is the highest. So pyroglyphics would have lantern and forge. So this would mean that maybe if I can, I'd want to keep the shapt off to the side here, right? So Faust and shapt would be 2 that I want to keep in reserve. And we can do this for a few of the other ones. So Inks of Revelation's another good example. So Trist kind of goes off to the side here. Actually, Whist. Okay, so I've now actually locked in every single one. But I am actually, you'll notice that I'm doing these in order because it is like for Pyroglyphics and Inks of Revelation, these are 2, right? So if I want to level that up, I would add 1 lesson and then I would need 2 lantern. Lantern or forge or lantern or moth. And then we've got, edicts inviolable aren't even lantern. So if it's actually just those ones, and it looks like it is. Oh, Watchman's Paradox, right. So Watchman's Paradox this is one of the nice ones to deal with, because in this case, by reading that book, you're already going to get the lesson that you need. So as long as you have a lantern or a sky, and in this case, sky comes from the Faust. So in this case here, right, so Faust preserves the maximum number of options. I guess technically Whist does, but you have to figure out an order at some point. But basically what I've done here is I say, I may at some point need to commit these things for memories of some kind. But in this case here, I'm going to try and, as much as I can, sort of preserve Faust number 1, and then Shapt, and then Trist, and then Whist. And the biggest reason why I'm doing this here is that I do need to commit an element of the soul to actually be able to read all of this stuff. So in this case here, given what we've got, I want to try and get a little clever if I can with So I'd like to read the Watchful Tantra, but if I can avoid committing the sunny... Oh, hang on. This will take scale, so I can use the health. So in this case here, it might be nice to try and do something with health, like do some gardening or something like that. But notice what we get here. So I have the Watchful Tantra. Now we add Auroral Contemplation, so that gives us 7 lantern. It's an 8 lantern item, but we're at a desk, so now we can add the Mirror Scope. So this preserves the sunny day, and the sunny day is a memory that we can use to incorporate one of the lessons. So after all of this, I'm actually still able to, I still have tons of options in terms of being able to commit the lessons learned. And once we do that, then we can say, okay, maybe we move on to our next text. But in this case here, I've left myself the largest number of options open, but I've read one of the highest level texts that I'm worried about. We might even do the same with Locksmith's Dream, although that's going to require even less on our part. And essentially that's going to be the way that we try and get out of this situation of saying that we have a lot of books that we want to read, but we don't want to have so many lessons learned until after we get on the other side of Numa. So with all that introduction out of the way, we'll read the Watchful Tantra. Notorious for its involvement in the deaths of Dyfed Jones and Meredith Blaine, 2 early physicists who each claimed to have the only copy and who ultimately fought a duel over it in 1840. It is a little wasteful the way that I'm using my Gold Spintra at Oriflammes, but I don't know. I do at some point plan on reading Mandiak, Deep Mandiak, and I figure, buying the book preserves the option. That's sort of that's mostly the logic behind most of these things that I'm doing here, if I'm completely honest. Now we do wind up waiting a while doing this reading, but like I said, the priority right now is to try and do the most that I can with the texts that I currently have. Eventually we'll be a little bit more loose in terms of how we use our elements of the soul. The Tantra describes processes of occult illumination, including a formula which may show the way from the Hunter's Gate to the Serpent's Gate, which in the West is usually called the Spider's Door. We do have the season where we get the Barbers, so maybe I'll just double check that we don't have anything sort of rosy or mothy to work with. I don't think we do, but reading and rereading has never hurt anyone when playing a Weather Factory game. Yeah, so we get to about the half-day mark with this. So I figure we could probably get another book in once we know what kinds of lessons learned we're working with. The other thing that's nice is because we're going from the highest level to the lowest level, I would not expect the Locksmith's Dream and Curses to have as many lessons as the Watchful Tantra. Alright, I've read, the sun passes through the house at the appointed time. Since the sun's division, the time has become uncertain. Alright, so purifications and exaltations. That couldn't have gone better for us. And we got a memory revelation, so let me just make sure that I've got that in my list. So the reason I say this works really well is that we don't have purifications and exaltations yet. So this one we get for free. A new skill. No one ever truly wants to be truly changed. Azoth and Refulgan are justly feared, but no one who has been changed would choose to go back. George Collars. Now I do want to take a second and see if I've got this in my skills list. I think I do, but... Well, that's why I check. So purifications and exaltations is new. And we don't know if it's lantern or sky that's primary. Okay, so we know we have to commit the Faust to be able to level this up. So that's fine. Like we can live with that. Gotta make space for the Tantras. So, I'm feeling good enough to try the Locksmith Stream in Cursus. We're really cutting it close in terms of timing, but I think this is worth it. So, The Locksmith Stream, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Gallagher's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. So I feel safe being able to talk about this now, but for those of you maybe unfamiliar, there was sort of a proto-ARG for Cultist Simulator called the Enigmas. And this was actually one of the parts of the Enigmas. What you wound up doing, like, if you look in the files for Cultist Simulator, this text exists, but you can't actually get it through the normal ways in the game. If you use special commands, you can get it, but those commands are not necessarily ones that you're, like, they're not ones you use as part of a normal playthrough, is what I'm trying to say. So, and you can actually get Teresa to sign this, and she will specifically comment on the fact that, you know, where on earth did you get this? So it's, number one, it's just kind of fun. It's fun in its own right, you know, for that reason alone. But it does also carry with it, I don't know, there's this little bit of fun here in the fact that, now that we have purifications and now that we have that we have the book in the world of the game, right? It's no longer just this fun thing that happened in the metagame, but it is now actually a book that, how do I put it? Like, when you see this volume was never published nor apparently ever written, when you bring something in, let's say through a console command, this is fun in its own way. The text is not changed in Book of Hours, well, at least in the sense that, you know, it's retained, the volume is was never published nor apparently ever written, but now this is actually a book you can conventionally get through Hush House. So, you know, I'm probably going too far on this, but there might be some fun to ask about this. Is this a question of a book that exists in some histories rather than others? Because those sort of seem to be a fact. Is there something special about the libraries which would allow these items that would not normally exist to exist? Is it none of the above, and that, you know, the fifth volume, you know, has always sort of existed in this state, and it just happens to be that in this game you can pick it up, whereas you don't in the other. Like, sometimes this is just sort of fun stuff to reflect on. But weirdly enough, this game did exist in Cultist Simulator, but again, just not in a way that you would actually be able to access it on your own. So I do want to try something with purifications and exaltations if I can. I got to be a little careful with how much time there is in the rest of the day, but I want to, if I can, I want to make the most of it. All right, we're running out of places to stick the too difficult to read stuff. So I think the time has come for us to, actually, you know what? This is a really good storage place for the phonographs, though. I mean, maybe we can put it in the music room. It feels like music's more appropriate to put in the music room, but yeah, maybe we won't put that on the... I could move the mirror scope somewhere else, but that doesn't seem right either. I wonder if I can... There we go. Just gotta shuffle it over. The law goes back all the way to to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course, a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. So again, we're getting a little bit close to the end of the day, afternoon, the little hour called nons, when the doors of the mantis are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. Tea? I really need the tea. One, because it's hot, and it's just, you know, being able to drink. So I have a feeling I'm going to leave some elements of the soul on the table here, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. All right. So the Legions hold the keys. I had thought the Legions only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky. But I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin who unite what is not to be divided might accept Elysian as her name. And for that we got Glacierian lightsmithing. All right, well, that God. All right. This is all sorts of trouble. Okay. So, new skill, break a window. What have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon, Natalia Brulot. We can improve purifications and exaltations. That's 30 seconds for those. So I've got 3 elements of the soul I need to come up with some kind of activity for. So this one needs lantern and sky. This one needs also lantern and sky. Okay, so the shaft and the tryst are going to be the 2 things that I do funny business with. So I'm just going to take a quick second here. I want to see what Edict's Liminal can get me in terms of special items. So apparently I don't know the special moth construction for this yet. That seems like an oversight. Take Tryst, Edict's Liminal. This is Moon, not Moth. So we're up to 9, so we should add the scissors. For a scholar level recipe, if I work with a memory, I'll remember a riddle instead. So if I just throw... Aha! So this will go away. This will go away right away, but this might still be worth it, just so that I can see what it is. Let's take a quick second here and see if there's anything else I can find out about. So, sea stories. Okay, so that gets me an ink. Snow Stories? Essential Peroist. Weaving and not working. I don't think we're going to have enough for that. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to do so the name day memory is not because it gives me anything useful. It's because it lets me. Oh. Jesus. I'm gonna hold back for a little bit. There is a plan here, but I need 30 seconds. Actually, hang on. No, sorry, I'm losing my nerve. I'll take the bird in the hand. Oh Jesus, 90 seconds? Hopefully we don't tie that up in the winter or into the next day. Alright, there's our purifications and exaltations, and another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms, glaziering and lightsmithing. So there's definitely more than 2 languages, so I suspect we're going to have to add more memories. Yep, it'll take it even lower there. So there's a lot, still a lot in the game for us to check out. Okay, so the reason why I was holding back on this stuff is I actually want to learn how these work. So purifications and exaltations, we'll start by putting these on the pale desk. So now we add our Faust, and we're up to 4. So if I add the sunny day, so one of the things here, actually there's a catch here because it's both lantern and sky. But I have a way of fixing that. So there's my lantern, so we can make Refulgin. And Torg's cleansing for sky. Which I'll confess I'm a little surprised as a sky thing, but I won't question it. So that's just a nice little way for me to find out sort of what I'm working with in terms of these lessons. So now we've got glaziering and lightsmithing, so that's also lantern and sky. Deer Day lens, okay. And then we'll knock. No, we can't knock that out. I may not be able to figure out the sky side of this. If I didn't get rid of that confounding parable, I would have been able to get it. But unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for me to learn what the sky version of this is. Anyways, neither here nor there. I'm going to do a quick check just to make sure I don't have anything else for lantern, because now's a good time for me to learn that. Okay, so I don't have... There's not a whole lot that I can learn here, but what I can do, we'll grab an Eigengrau... hang on. I need a liquid. Oh, that's right. Actually, I lost my option to make... Okay, you know what? Let's roll with that. All right. So I guess our last option here is the shaft. Why not? Let's use the sea stories. Well, that's why not, because I can't. I don't think I need to get too clever about this. Let's just see what skill it'll take. Sacrolemea. Oh, actually, Westcott's compounds are pretty good. There we go. I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to find something to pass the time with. So this is one thing I should keep in mind. Apparently, it takes 90 seconds to do a higher level recipe. The Eigengrau is just because it's nice to have something to be able to refresh my energy with. And yeah, I think we have I think when night falls, we have about a minute. So we should have all our elements of the soul by the end of the day. Can I make one of the faces of Brandkrug? Not without removing some of the things from the... Yeah, I'll leave it. If you haven't seen the faces of Hush House, though, then... Sorry, I keep calling it Brandkrug. I mean Hush House. They're cute. All right, the common name is now is Westcott's compounds, but the Order Lamea is older than Westcott by quite some centuries, probably. Westcott wasn't long as far as anyone ever knew. Moving on, we have got Eigengrau. The surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it weren't there at all, if Gradon oil were drinkable. No, I do not know when Numa arrives. I know that it arrives indeterminately after 9 seasons, but so far as I can tell, it does not precisely set the time for Numa. All right, name day riddle. Huh. That's not the most exciting memory. Like, you'd kind of think a level 10... Well, okay, so there's two ways of thinking about this. So name day riddle, a deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervinius Van Loren was notoriously fond of these. So in one sense, it's kind of like, two knock, 3 moth. Like, that's not the most exciting thing that you can get from crafting, right? On the other hand, given the fact that you can only apply one memory to some moth texts, like this may actually mean the difference between me being able to read a text or not. In any case, the reason I did this was I wanted to see exactly what the numbers for this were. So, the Eigengrau goes in the pantry, but the Westcott's compounds do not. I'm actually running out of space for the Westcott's compounds. Another sunny day. All right, so we do the same. Basically, it's going to be a rinse and repeat of yesterday. I think the only difference here is that we may want to get a little more ambitious in terms of the texts that we're reading. I still need to find a spot for Westcott's compounds, though. I'm using up all the space for the Refulgin and the flowers. Really? Oh yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. I thought they were about the size of Thyrsis cordials. So, again, Sunny Day doesn't really move the needle for me here. I can make something of it, but it's like, I guess the big challenge here is that we've got 7 with Auroral Contemplation. So like just as the table stakes right now, 7 Auroral Contemplations, 2 from the Foss, so that's 9. Sunny Day would bring us up to 11, and then the Tool would bring us up to 12. So if we have a 12 lantern book, like we should be reading that. But I think the challenge here is that the most powerful lantern books that we want to read either exceed that, or they're written in a language that I can't understand. Yeah, so I think we've actually eaten up all of our lanterns. So let's just take a quick look what we've got here. So On Imperfections is a 10 knock. Shape and Smoke, 8 Forge, 2 Wombs, 1 Heart, 8 Health. The Iron Book. Ellen Ripley, thank you very much for resubscribing. You're a good fella. I hope you are doing well. In how many hours? What time is it? Almost 11. So I guess in about 13 hours, you get to see this game on Steam. Same voice, just different platform. But I hope you're doing really well. I hope you are getting a chance to spend a bit of time writing for yourself. And if you haven't, let this game be your inspiration. So, I can read the Iron Book. So the catch about the Iron Book is that I don't have any edge for... Yeah, so actually this winds up being a little bit of a dilemma here. So I'm going to talk a bit about the logic in terms of all the few different books that I can read here. So, On Imperfections. What's the pro case for this? Well, we've got Shapt with 2, we've got Edict's Liminal with 6, so we can bring that up to 8. We use one of these elements of the soul to get a pattern, which would be 2 knock, and we can read this book without difficulty. What's the catch? The catch is that I don't know what lessons I'm going to get out of this. And chances are that those lessons are going to require a knock in the form of the Shapt, which means that I may not be able to learn that lesson on the day that I read the book, which again is not the end of the world, but it does sort of constrain what I'm able to do. So then we say, okay, well, what about a shape and smoke? Well, a shape and smoke, we use the shaft for its forge, so that's 1. Then we can add bells and braziers, which makes it 5, and then we add, let's say, a foresight, that turns it to 7, and then we add the mortar and pestle, or there's a number of different tools that we can add. So again, guaranteed to be able to read the forge text, but we only have one element of the soul with forge, which means that if we happen to need something, if we have something that needs forge, we're stuck. We're going to have to wait until we can upgrade those the next day. So then you say, okay, well, what do we do with heart? Well, weaving and not working, we get the 5 for that. We add 2 from, let's say, a storm. That brings it up to 7. We can add actually, that may be the one that we go for. Because it just occurred to me, I was going to say we add the heart for the health, but we don't need to do that. We could actually add lantern. So weaving and not working is 5. We read a book which has a storm in it, so that makes it 7. And then we can add the mixing bowls. That'll make it 8. And we could use a Faust then. We do need to give up one of these to generate a health, I suppose. And then the iron book's actually the most troubling of them, because in this case, we got the 6 edge. It's not that hard for us to get the remaining 8 edge. But again, none of these elements of the soul have edge. So I'm sort of taking my life in my hands with that. And then there's a similar argument for nectar, right? Obviously, heart is the only thing that'll give me nectar. Although now that I think of it, if I've got a 6 nectar book, we have, is it just 4 from drums and dance? Yeah, so I actually need to add the 1 extra nectar. So the problem here is that all of these remaining books basically involve elements of the soul that I only have 1 of, and makes it much less likely that I'm going to be able to successfully read them. The one book which is the exception to that is 2 Wombs, 1 Heart, with the caveat that, actually, hang on. What does Kilisimi give me? Kilisimi is definitely not a hard language. Yeah. So we're going to do the same logic that we had last time. So health is the most likely to be able to upgrade one of these things. Weaving and not working, that's the biggest pain in the neck. So we'll leave the tryst aside there. Yeah, actually, it's just going to be the tryst that we leave aside. So I will use Whist to read Apollo and Marsyas. Heart Unceasing. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, I mean, perhaps I don't need to do a level of planning equivalent to Operation Overlord to work out my texts, but again, the idea here is to avoid committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. I want to make sure that the limited number of elements of the soul that I have are used to their fullest extent. So in this case here, I'm not saying that I'm not going to read this. I'm not going to read this Noct text. I just want to make sure that I read this Noct text at a time when I'm less likely to be affected by a bad draw, let's say. All right, so there's the storm that we wanted. So we will now commit to reading this book. So it did occur to me it's going to need a little bit of fancy footwork in terms of the weaving and not working. I guess it's Natan of Regensburg's desk. So I guess the problem with that one is I can't use the I can't use the lantern there after all. Okay, I don't feel as good about it, but we'll do the best with what we've got. So here we'll take the kitchen bowls. Cake time. What is this? Onwards, I can master this mystery. Enough heart to match mystery heart. 2 Ohms, 1 Heart, a fanciful account by Thirza Blake of the early life of the twins, their time as mortals before they became hours or even long, in a dry kingdom beyond the Western Sea, which Thirza suggests might have been ancient Mexico. So right now we've got 4 elements of the soul at the halfway mark for the day. We're probably going to wind up making at least an Eigengrau. I'm less likely to, just because we have the same memory as last time, I don't think I'm going to try and make anything different. Really, it just comes down to making sure that I know what I'm working with in terms of the lessons. Once we have that, actually there's something kind of fun about reading a book in Kilisimi with weaving and not working. Yes, they are all cataloged. If only I don't know what I would do if I didn't have such a helpful chat telling me how to play the game. It's widely known that the sister was rich and the witch poor. It is widely known that the witch loved the sister first. It is not widely known that the witch was first employed to teach the sister the arts of embroidery. But yeah, so it's one of these cases where I've got the four elements of the soul sitting around. It's sensible to let them sit around right now because I don't necessarily know what's coming up. I would have preferred to have given up a Faust to be able to read this text, but I needed to read this at a desk. And the problem is we just don't have that many desks which will accept heart. Although perhaps I should have checked... It would have been the C, which would have made more sense for heart, but even then I think... Yeah, actually, there's something kind of interesting with this. If it says, take counsel with the C's, this is obviously different from the way that we normally engage with the C in this game. All right. Although Thirza is very probably just making up much of the story, there are long passages expounding notable techniques of weave work and thread fate, in particular when witch and sister flee across the sea to be together. Thirza explains how they fashioned a peace weave with heart and these arts, and then, to tame the winds, called on heart again to swaddle the thunder in the peace weave. Okay, so this is exactly the sort of thing that I was worried about. As it turns out, this works well for me because it wound up being Sky. And it's like, Marcosi, I don't mind you talking in the game. It's just I don't know how many other ways I can say that I don't like being told how to play the game, and I feel like I've been more than fair in terms of trying to meet you halfway and engage with stuff that I normally wouldn't. But I mean, is it? I guess I just have to ask: is it really so hard to just watch someone play a game differently from the way that you want? Because I am at my 3 hours, and I guess the thing is that, like, this is the stuff that makes me end streams early. So I don't want to make a big deal about it. And, like, the thing is that I want to be clear with people. I want them to be able to participate in the stream, but that also doesn't mean anything goes. And I know people don't like that, but it's the only way I can keep sane. So anyways, as I was saying, the reason why we kept this stuff held back was so that I can do the it's so I can best position myself to take advantage of any memories or lessons learned that come up. So again, this one turned out to work out very well for us. I was originally wanting to use the Faust, but we wound up with Stitching and Binding, which is both a heart and a Sky. So in this case here, we take Stitching and Binding, we take the lesson learned. We need to apply some kind of effort, so that's got to be heart or Sky. In this case, I'll add the Faust. And we get exactly what we need. So then the next question is, do I have enough to be able to get a second one of these? And it turns out the answer is no. I've got enough for 2. I need 3 in this case. So if I had some way of generating a memory, So I would need I would need, for the sake of argument, let's say a storm, solace, and satisfaction. That would be great. But again, I've got the Faust, I've got the Trist. But if I were to use the health, then I wouldn't have something to commit these. But that's fine. I mean, we're still one ahead of where we would have been today. So in the worst case scenario, if Numa comes, we commit the 3 elements of the soul to bring up the memories that we need, and we put it in, right? So I really like how the rooms follow a similar design by section, like the area close to the infirmary with the green tiles. Oh, so you mean like basically you're saying that because we've got the infirmary. I think actually they don't just have the design, and I agree with you, Charles. But I think one thing that's kind of neat here is they also tie them not just through the visuals, but also through the text. So we've got infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So then we move up to the patient's lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or the risks at the military end of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Olopoli, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Haddington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted, he served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. So this is also helpful. So we know that Brian Levinson was the 9th librarian. This is, again, it's really helpful to take the rule from Cultist Simulator of don't just read, but reread, because you never know when you're going to find out who the 9th librarian was. But yeah, so it's a nice little reinforcement where it's not just that the text is talking about the relationships between the rooms, but visually that's reinforced as well. It's a nice touch for sure. Okay, let's do a little bit of rearranging. So we're planning on this to get to level 4, and then of course we have the whole business of trying to use up. We still have the rest of the day to go. So I mean, the question would be, well, what if I want to read one of the books? Well, if I want to read one of the books, I run the risk of having it go through the evening, and then number 2, I get more lessons than I can handle. So I think we'll try and make an oh, actually I can't make an Eigengrau because of what I did with my Faust. So this is actually one of the times I can go. I'll go beachcombing this time because it's been a while since. Actually, no, hang on. We'll go to the more with my health because then I can go beachcombing with my Trist. And that leaves the Faust for me to have fun with. Gather in summer. What is the sea seeded today? And then for the Faust, I really don't want to spend. I don't want to make money at the Sweet Bones. So let's find something to do with Lantern. Yeah, there is actually one kind of funny thing I can do. So I've got Torg's Cleansing, but if I add the... oh man, that is so weird. I keep forgetting. Okay, actually I will do this to get the Eigengrau. The Eigengrau is slightly more practical than the thing I was planning on doing. So yeah, I will confess, this is actually kind of a weird way of ending the day. I wasn't actually planning on doing either of these bits of exploration. But it's I don't mind that I did this. It's a little bit like how I did a bunch of gardening in the past, right? So if I need Solomon's preparation, we still have some of these set aside. And if we have the, I haven't really engaged that much with things like the Foundry and that, but, presumably at some point we're going to want to use these, and having a nice stock to be able to experiment and figure things out, that's basically just a question of options in the future. Now again, I haven't had much of a need to craft things yet, but that may change. So there's the Eigengrau. Would you say this game is good for chilling out, or is it frustrating? I definitely say it's a good chill out game. Like, I don't mean to. The caveat that I will give to that is you're looking for something to help you with anxiety. Yeah. So the catch is that if you are frustrated by not knowing things, then this may be a small worry there. But even then, I do feel like this game, I don't know if you ever played Cultist Simulator, Ellen Ripley, but Cultist Simulator, I think, is widely regarded as having a very interesting setting and a very interesting way of conveying information and sort of giving you sort of this glimpse at a much deeper world that you sort of need to come to terms with on your own. And I'll be the first to admit, I really like Cultist Simulator, but I engaged with it sort of at its surface level, which is this idea of the tension between the mundane world, which sort of expects us to do our 9 to 5 and, be useful and keep a roof over our heads and so on and so forth. And generally, it's not just indifferent to some of the the world of dreams, and in the case of Cultist Simulator, quite literally the world of dreams, the House of the Sun, the Mansis, and such. That it's not just that it's indifferent, but it's often actively hostile to pursuing that special goal. And that was something I really resonated with. I was also just fresh out of grad school after when I first really engaged with it. So this idea of amassing together a bunch of different texts to gain a deeper understanding of what's going on and sort of push the frontier out a bit, that also appealed to me in a certain way as well. And it's taken me over the course of a few years to really find as much interest. That's not right. I've always been interested in the setting, but I've always kind of considered this really interesting occult world almost secondary to that really basic level, right? It's a little bit like watching a very good movie. It's I really like Stanley Kubrick films, and even if you don't like Kubrick, I think most people will say, very meticulous director, right? But the thing is that, as assuming that you like them, and it doesn't, if you don't like Kubrick, just pick your favorite, highfalutin director. Generally, these movies tend to work as good entertainment. It's a good yarn, right? The Shining is a good yarn about a writer who loses it in a mansion and goes after his family. Dr. Strangelove, right? It's about the nightmare scenario in which we lose control of these, apocalyptic weapons, and how do we regain control of them? But obviously, and Clockwork Orange likewise. But of course, underneath them, there is so much more significance, and there's a lot of detail that goes in, and you could really watch and rewatch and really appreciate a lot of the details that went in that maybe you never even noticed the first 2 or 3 times you watch. Sometimes you can watch them 10 times and discover new details. And that's a similar feeling to me about Cultist Simulator, in the sense that the more that I played it, the more I engaged, the more I started really appreciating some of the connections that were being drawn. And I remember very specifically actually reading something in Book of Hours and then playing the Exile DLC for Cultist Simulator and just having something that shot right through me in terms of just a realization that I was very excited and a little nervous for, because of the implications for the world. And so it's in this sense here, there's two sides of, like, there's a reason I want to take the time to unpack this, because there's two different ways of reacting to it. And it's very hard to predict. Like, I have my preferences, so I'm going to say, the people who like revel in mystery and want to, figure and struggle with this stuff on their own and figure it all out. They're the good people, and the people who go and look at wikis are the bad people. But that's not the way of thinking about it, right? Like, some people like playing Dark Souls and trying to wrestle with the challenges of the game, and some people like to see how to play Dark Souls because they know they're going to spend a lot of time implementing their win. And both are legitimate ways of playing, because in the end, you're a customer, you're buying a certain experience, and as long as you feel that you've gotten your money's worth, I don't think anybody is in a position to tell you. But for me, I really like living in that place of not necessarily knowing something and being able to sort of not just learn something about the game, but to learn it in such a way that I feel a degree of possession over it, right? I have earned that knowledge. It's not just that it was something that was imposed externally on me. But like I said, there is a reason why things like wikis and guides exist online. There is absolutely a type of person that is quite uncomfortable with uncertainty and with a lack of understanding. And again, I don't want to suggest this is a bad thing. I have my preferences. Again, I'm not going to try and pretend that I don't prefer one way of thinking over another. But there's absolutely a type of person who wants to know, and that's a positive thing, right? Who doesn't want to know more? But in this case here, right, like, sometimes it can be fun to like sit down and have a tough math problem or a riddle or something like that. And if you like to puzzle it through, you're probably really going to like something like Book of Hours or Cultist Simulator. And if you're someone who gets anxious at not knowing that and frustrated and not being able to know it, then as beautiful as the music is and as wonderful as the setting is, it may not quite be as relaxing as I find it, for the simple reason that this game definitely does not, like, it's a very chill game, but that doesn't mean that it just gives you a trail of breadcrumbs in the form of the books, right? Like, I had the knowledge that Brian Levinson, so I unlocked this within like my first couple of episodes. And I found Brian Levinson at kind of the start of this playthrough. Not the start of this playthrough, but the start of this session tonight. But it's only now that I realize that I can actually put him in his place here. I've not played Pathologic, so I'm not familiar. But yeah, anyways, I figure I kind of feel that this actually gives you a good idea of what kind of game you're getting into as well. So I get the impression that you're not going to be too anxious with having an unresolved mystery. I suspect that may be something that you actually quite like. So in my opinion, this is absolutely a game that will help you relax. And I say this because I remember just a couple of days after my beta key was revoked, because I revealed all of the secrets on stream. No, that was going to happen no matter what. I remember quite distinctly, kind of just hearing the rain against the window and sort of thinking, is like, I really wish I had Book of Hours right now. And this is totally one of these things where, like, if you could absolutely be in the mood for this sort of thing. And in that sense, I feel like it's a good game for anxiety. Sea strewn, salt snared stuff. We've got a mackerel. Eat it while it's fresh, or keep it while it's salted. Renounce the mackerel. Go free, my friend. All right. Let's let the day cross over. I will put this all in its relevant locations. Just so I can be clear, like I tried as much as I can to sort of delineate between my own preferences and that. If you are the sort of person who likes like checking out a wiki and that, there is a good community in the Cultist Simulator Discord, and there's a wiki dedicated to the secret histories and things like that. So the one thing I also don't want to do is I do not want to let my preferences suggest that this is a game only for people who like playing the way that I do. There are definitely some people who there's actually a lot of people who will help you if you get stuck. What I would encourage, I feel somewhat obligated to try and talk up my own preferences. If you have not tried it, I highly recommend that you see how far you can go. I think, and the biggest reason I say that is I have a feeling that a lot of people simply haven't given themselves the chance to to really get lost in and sort of wallow in a game, right? Like sometimes you want to sip rather than gulp a game, and this is absolutely one of these games where that applies. So again, I'll always want to encourage people to to give it a try, give the alternative a try, but yeah, with that in mind, I don't want to try and suggest that that you're on your own if you like some help. You will get help if you need it, for sure. Okay, so we've got stitching and binding. We've got our work cut out for us. So it's nice that we've got the sunny day. So we actually only need the 2 understandings. So I figure we'll do Apollo and Marsyas, and whatever book will get me a solace. I think some music will also help us out there. So actually, with that in mind, let's say Faust. Yeah, so we'll use the Faust to get stitching and binding together. So the question that I have for myself is, what would my next text be? And I'm feeling like it's probably one of these Nectar books. Okay, so we'll leave the health aside, we'll leave a Faust aside here. I think we just kind of need to roll the dice. So let's say the Whist and the Faust for the 2 books. Okay, I think I know what the game plan today is. So we've got the reading room, Apollo and Marsyas for the storm. To Corporum. I don't even remember. It's here somewhere. Actually, what does not bark? Yeah. This one works as well. Okay, so that's gonna get me my stitching and binding. So while we focus on that, let's see if we can make the shadow in the stair work. Oh yes, we can. And I don't even think I need to commit my health for that, now that I think of it. So we take the drums and dances, take the shadow and the stair, so we need 6 for this. Well, I generate a memory with it, but generating a memory requires an element of the soul, so we will just commit our health and call it there. I'm hoping that because it's a lower level one, if we do need another day, it's not going to be that challenging. All right, nectar, full flower. I can master this mystery, enough nectar to match mystery nectar. And the book we're reading, The Shadow in the Stair, Ernestine Peterhans records her conversations with the little darkness in Hush House's Stair Tenebris, which she calls Donkerling. This is the text I was looking for, incidentally. So I left the tryst aside because I can go beachcombing if I need. But I want to see where all of this winds up first. Now that's interesting. I didn't get anything from what does not bark. That sucks. Oh, hell. I did get something from it, but it was the storm. That was my bad. I read 2 books with Storm, so I mean that's bad. Like, I'm not happy about that, but that's on me. So we'll read the Geminiad, and that should get me the solace. It just means I don't get to go beachcombing today. Actually, I probably should have used a Faust, but oh. Pfft. Obviously, that's embarrassing, but Ernestine's business in the cellars of Hush House often took her up and down the stair tenebris, although it is avoided by every other servant. Donkerling attempted first to consume her and then to demand sacrifices from her. Ernestine consented to bring it mice, but became very stern when it asked for a new drowned child. So, backstairs, the secret artery of the house, all those abbots and barretts and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptying and their boots cleaning. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year. Some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau, at very long last, who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. And they say the Suppression Bureau never did Hush House any good. I'm wondering if these were the stairs. I mean, it can't be the Grand Descent that they're referring to. Ernestine's business in Donkerling claims to be an imprisoned long under the protection of the deepest power of the sea, and it is prone to occasional bouts of raving about how when it has its freedom, its patron will drown the isle. Ernestine renders most of these long speeches as ... but is very interested in what it can tell her about the circumstances of shipwrecks. There are hints that she may have been planning a salvage expedition. So we got an impulse from that. And that's a coil and chasm. So that may not be too hard for us to level up. Unfortunately, it does need the health. Okay, I'm gonna take a chance on this one. I have kind of a surplus of the tea here, so I figured one teapot wasn't gonna hurt. I'm not gonna like keep using it, but So I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get this health back just in time to be able to level up Coil and Chasm. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So 90 seconds, we're at the halfway mark of the day. Don't know what I'm doing with the Faust yet. I'll probably wind up getting another Eigengrau. Okay, let's get that stitching and binding before I do something dumb again. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. So probably with the Faust, I'm just going to wind up... I'll probably wind up making another Eigengrau, to be honest. The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So this is a 4 heart, 5 sky. I think that might actually be the highest sky that we have, so I should take a quick review of my 2 difficult shelves. So 10 Grail still challenging. 10 Forge for the same reason. So, okay, so we're up to 12 sky now. So again, I'm just going to double check my reasoning here. So we have 5 sky, 6 if we count the Faust, 7 if we count the 7 if we count the Astrolabe, which means if we get a storm, we go up to 11, which, you know, again, 1 sky is something that we might be able to work with, especially because we have that Faust. But it's no guarantee, so we're still okay. And it does turn out that we can get that health back. So we'll take our Coil and Chasm, we take that health, we take the lesson and the impulse from the book. So you'll notice, like, this is one of the reasons why I've been trying to sit on a lot of my my elements of the soul. It's because if you have an existing skill, which I very likely have, particularly if it's a level 1, you can actually get the second level at less expense. So as an example, with Coil and Chasm, because I was able to get my health back, I was able to use the impulse that came from reading the book the first time. If I had to wait till tomorrow, I'd be giving up 2 elements of the soul. 1 of the health to be able to put something into Coil and Chasm, and then 1 element of the soul to be able to read for memory impulse again. Now, again, if you're in a day where you're going to be generating a lot of memories and you're not 100% sure where it's all going, sometimes it's okay to just take an element of the soul and, you know, you can use it to... you could use it to, you know, hire someone or get a friend and just talk to them and sort of hope hope the random generation of your memories works in your favor. But, you know, you can see why you maybe wouldn't want to rely on something like that. Unfortunately, I am in a little bit of a dilemma now, so I held off the Hour of Doom for as long as I could, but I think the fact of the matter is I need to start committing to either following up on some of these books, or I need to find something else to do until Numa. So, I'm feeling good about where we are with the skills, but all the low-hanging fruit is gone, so... Mind you, I'm happy for all this extra Eigengrau because the one thing that gets me is the option of restoring elements of the soul to be able to level up some of this stuff. So, we'll see what the next day brings. I'm not entirely sure I want to take on an ambitious book, but yeah, we'll see where it goes. I will also say, like, I do need to start thinking about wrapping things up. I can get a little bit more tea, but like the thing is that I do need to, like, one, I want to allow for the possibility that I may wake up early again. Excuse me. And then the other thing is that I do need to like get my prep work out of the way. So I do need to like make sure that my Steam settings are where they are. I need to kind of make sure that I've got food, like I've got kind of a game plan in terms of making sure that I'm fed, I'm getting, thank you. I kind of just need to make sure that everything is in line for the broadcast tomorrow. So even though I could go a bit later, I think it would be really good for me to like try and keep sane. But again, it is our last chance to sort of talk about this game before release. So I guess if there's any remaining questions about it, I'm not planning on like going like right away. But I figure now is not a bad time. If you did have any lingering questions about the title, now is definitely the time to let loose. Okay, so I think the rain is a pretty obvious option here. I think we're going to do one of the nectar texts. What I'm curious, though, is can we get by with the next nectar text without the... oh, Jesus. I don't think we have a nectar desk, so that actually messes with me quite a bit. Yeah, you know what? 8 nectar is a lot more difficult to pull off than I thought. So I can't add the rain here. Let's just deal with the hypothetical. So we've added the book. Add the book here, add the health, add the nectar. Yeah, so we need the 2 from the memory. But I can't get the 2 from the memory except for the rain, and if I don't do that... Ugh. Okay. We don't have the Orchard Keeper until the fall, so... Let's see what I can do with that Grail text then. Okay, so we don't have any element of the soul with Grail. So I think Sea Stories is still my best source of Grail. So then we would add the rain here. Oh, that's right, I remember. So it's the spice scale. And essentially the story here is because we've got 7 of 8, I'm going to... Oh, I can't put a Foss, that's right. I guess Tristidas. And as an insurance policy, I'm going to get Satisfaction just in case it asks me for a memory. So this may be the focus of the day here. Actually, one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can get my tea while still letting this run, because I need to have the kettle boil anyway. So I'll be back, but I won't put up the break sign. All right, there's still a chance. So what are we up against? We have a memory. Okay, so we've got it with a memory. Ubi sunt, and soul wouldn't have helped us. But we've actually... So again, except for the time that I pointed in the wrong direction, we've actually gotten very lucky with our draws. We've normally been able to get what we need. I don't remember what Ubi sunt gives us. And I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe memory will be the last one in the series. But I figure the bird in the hand is the way to go with this. So, but yeah, so far as I can tell in this playthrough, we've not had one of these fail, except for the case where I forgot to employ something. So I don't think it would hurt for me to take a note of what Ubi sunt gives. So I've got 7622. Oh. Nope, we have to add the memory, so never mind. So again, we've still got 4 elements of the soul that are kicking around, but this is almost certainly going to be going into upgrading a skill. So, Callicite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Red Grail by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should remember not, let our children remember in their redmost dreams. One prayer describes how sufficient grail aspect can be used with Tridisma Herrera writes to give a little life to a doll twisted from fabric. All right, that's a pretty significant one for us here. I'll point out why in just a second. Okay, this is satisfaction. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge to upgrade, but okay, so remember what it said about the Grail aspect and the doll, and specifically about Tridisma Hira. So we have the Pale Mommet, gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. So I don't want to render it into rags. Sufficient Grail aspect. And of course we're going to be upgrading this. Oh Jesus, up to 5? And I used up the... Oh man, this could not have been the worst. This is the worst day for me to do this. Alright, so Moon and Grail it is. So I've already got the Grail, so I need to find 2 Moon. So Locksmith Stream and Cursus will help. Also, I need to reorganize the library. The Tantras can become the sort of block for the rest of it. Okay. So the Locksmith stream in Cursus will give us a moon. Not volume 1, volume 5. Oh, right. The Geminiad volume 3 will get me Grail. And the kettle's boiling right now, so I'm going to need a second. Alright, just 1 minute. Alright, Be Free, I completely understand. Thank you very much for hanging out. If you get a chance, I'd love to see you. Actually, this goes for anyone. You know, if you have stopped by, if you lurk, if you chose to stay quiet, if you know, talk regularly, please do feel free to stop by the stream, the Steam stream. Definitely say hi. It's always nice to see familiar faces. And the other thing is, of course, that more attention to the broadcast does bring more attention to Book of Hours. So the thing that's nice about that is that it does mean potentially more people buying the game, which of course means that Weather Factory keeps making games like this. So there's 2. So on tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'm going to be streaming on the Steam page itself. So that's on the storefront. You may have seen this happen with other games. We did that. We've done that for Cultist Simulator a few times too. And then on Friday is going to be when I'm on the GOG channel on Twitch. The GOG channel is going to be an interview with Weather Factory, so that you'll actually be able to hear the creators of the game talk about the game. Thank you for the stream. You are struggling hard with jet lag. Oh my God, Ellen Ripley, I know what you mean. Yeah, starting 1 p.m. Eastern time. Basically, the time that the game comes on sale. Although I'm hoping to stream later. I am just going to take a second to put the hot water in the cup. It's literally a matter of seconds. So if there's any remaining questions, I will be able to answer them before people go to bed. But just in case you're wondering why it's quiet, that's why. I'll be back in a sec, though. Yeah, well, I mean, again, I don't want to be like. Here's the thing: my style's not for everyone, and I don't want to. I mean, people have lives, right? But if possible, like number one, I just like it's nice to be able to engage with people. Like those things go for a while, and it's always nice to be able to share things you're interested in with people. But also, you know, I am conscious of the fact that it does help Weather Factory with the game, so. Where I can, you know, I want to try and at least bring that up. But one way or the other, especially for those of you who are finishing off for the evening as well, I hope you all enjoy the game, because of course I've been having a great time with it even in the beta, but I'm sure. I mean, honestly, I think Weather Factory wants to know what people think of it, right? They've put so much work into this, and I'm hoping that the game does well, but you never know. So I'm hoping the game does well, because I definitely think, I don't know, it's just such a unique game. It's the sort of thing that you hope to see. You hope to see games that are willing to sort of take these risks be rewarded. Okay, so we've got the elements that we need to level up Tradesma Herrera. We just don't have the element of the soul. So honestly, like there's a few things I'd prefer to do differently, but I think we're just going to do our good old-fashioned Eigengrau, and maybe we'll grab something from the moor. Wind's almost warm. When you remembered that, the release DM? Not even gonna lie, you're intimidated. Honestly, so for what it's worth, and actually, this I feel is something that could be taken from everyone. So I feel quite confident in the mechanics of this game. But I think it's also fair to say that as far as this game goes, like, there are a lot of people who understand the lore much better than I do. Either they are a little bit more in line with how the game thinks, maybe they've focused on it a little bit more, maybe they're a bit more familiar with reading kind of more abstract literature. Like, there's lots of different ways that account for it. The biggest thing is that I personally have never sat down and said, "Oh dear, someone knows something that I don't. This is such a shame. How could I ever enjoy the game like this?" This is a game, and like I am someone who definitely wants to know, right? Like, so if you put like a math problem in front of me, or if you put like a riddle or something like that, I am going to want to sit down and work it out. I'm not always going to get it, but I'm definitely going to be pretty stubborn in terms of like trying to figure the thing out. So I am absolutely the sort of person who should be very anxious over not being able to get it. But I've been able to enjoy the Secret Histories games, knowing that yes, there are things that I don't understand in the game. Yes, there are challenges I've not yet overcome. But I also know that this game is very well crafted, and that there are other ways around. Like what I'm showing here, this whole, like, again, just a reminder that we've been able to get this far in Hush House while basically keeping this major element of the game empty. And that's the amount of variety that the game allows for you. This isn't even a good way of playing. This just happens to be the way this playthrough has turned out. So there's lots of different paths available, and it's definitely a question of just enjoying the journey. So it's completely natural to feel intimidated in some cases, but I really do want to stress to people, like, it is a game. I feel like you are in good hands in terms of the people who have developed the game. I think they are. I think they give you the things that you need to be able to do well. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's actually funny. I won't say who said this, but someone had commented that it was very interesting to see me play because I seem to have a very mechanical approach to the game. And I completely understand why. Like, to a certain extent, I do like thinking of games as sort of these, little boxes that you interact with and try and go through. But I definitely don't want to suggest that I don't see value in engaging with the story side of it. I kind of feel that they are two parts of a whole. But with that in mind as well, like, I definitely feel quite comfortable in terms of being able to try and mess around and do certain things. And again, it's to each their own. Like, there are, I feel, while I don't want to completely deny myself any poetry, right? I will admit, like, I definitely, like little things like being able to figure out that I could keep regenerating, or like I could retain memories. I could get past the uniqueness in the beta, right? Like, sometimes those are fun things to figure out. I'm not like, the Spiffing Brit, who just seems to basically find the exploit for everything that he plays. I have no idea how he goes out about it, but... how friendly does this game seem to be towards casual players, do you think, just based off of what you've seen so far? Well, we've been talking about this a bit, J-Dog. Like, I'm not going to try and suggest that you should try the game the way that I have here, but the only things we've committed to the Tree of Wisdoms have been my original journal and the and one card to get whist. And even with that extreme restriction, this is how far we've gotten into Hush House, right? We've completely, like, basically you could draw a line with Hush House like this and say, okay, everything up to this line has been taken care of, provided you don't count sort of the cellars. Or not cellars, but like this lower level here. So the, you know, like in this particular case here, what I personally see for myself is that I see this as a reflection of the fact that the game allows you lots of different paths through the game. The only thing is, and the difficulty that I have with some of the terminology is that generally when we talk about gaming and we talk about casual, you know, we sometimes maybe think of like a mobile game, the sort of thing that you can do while you're distracted. And of course, there's a trade-off that's happened here, which is that the game has taken off some of the, you know, the relentless pressure to, you know, put money into the different, you know, into the different slots and so on and so forth. And what it's done instead is it's given you the opportunity to sort of sit and engage with the texts. So there's now 3 sections for the text. There's the, well, actually, I guess there was 3 in Cultist Simulator as well. The first text that you read, like when you pick up the book, the second when you start reading the book, and then the third on the inside. They just place them in different places. But there's lots of different interactions. So obviously the number of different things you can combine in this game is just absolutely exploded. And that's just the thing is that you can take it, you can do it on your own time. And I think that is a very meaningful change between Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. But this is a game I would feel very comfortable, you know, putting someone who's unfamiliar with this type of game. I'd feel quite comfortable putting them in front of it because I do feel that they've taken a lot of time to let people kind of come to terms with the game on their own. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I didn't know that about his Discord, but obviously he's got the reputation comes from somewhere, right? So presumably he's got some ability for that for himself. Well, briefly, it's definitely when you stream, like definitely let us know. You know, I feel like it's a reasonably safe audience to you know, to check out here. So yeah, definitely. If you're worried about streaming the game, like again, I can't imagine people would want to play a Weather Factory game and not. Like, I just feel to a certain extent you can't play a game like Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours and not be comfortable with a certain degree of like mystery, right? Like at some point there has to be that level where you just accept that you're not going to know everything. I'm sure that's not what you're worried about. But the other thing too, right? Like what's the worst that happens on stream? Like you don't realize something. Well, you know, that's part of the game. If you could figure everything out within the first few minutes, you might as well just read a novel. So yeah, no, I'm glad that seems to be what you're looking for, J-Dog. So out of curiosity, are you somebody who maybe was like wanted to like Cultist Simulator but found that maybe it asked a little too much of you? Because that's kind of been my not exactly long elevator ride pitch to it. Has usually been just like, I like Cultist Simulator a lot, but I can also appreciate people who would say like, I want to like this, but it's just a bit much. And that's, I think that's completely legitimate, right? I don't feel that myself. I would like more people to like the game, but let's be honest, right? You know, Cultist Simulator does ask a lot of you. So I'm very happy to report that, like, so if you were to sit me down without reading any blogs or any other details about this game, I would have said that Book of Hours is the developers taking to heart people who have looked at Cultist Simulator and said, I wanted to like this. It just it was just too much. And I can see it being something that I can see it being the product of sort of saying, how do we make a game for people who wanted to read the lore in Cultist Simulator, but didn't like the fact that they'd sort of lose all their progress by starving or something like that. That's probably overstating the case a little bit, but hopefully everybody kind of gets where it. Your girlfriend was into Cultist Simulator, but you could never just get into it. Yeah. Well, hopefully this is something. I mean, one thing that's nice about this is that if you're both into discussing settings in terms of games, right? Like so, or stories or anything like that. So one of the most telling moments for me. I don't know why I have friends like this. It's actually very weird to me, if I'm completely honest. But I have some very cool friends in Vancouver. And I always felt like I was really just waiting for the time when they would realize that I was a nerd and that like I had absolutely no business like going out to clubs or anything like that with them. And I remember when Game of Thrones became a thing. Because one of my, and like, again, just like it's a very good friend of mine, just very good looking, impossibly kind, like just one of those people who's like is a valedictorian and, you know, everyone likes them and just, you know, they have everything going for them. And, you know, so I just kind of assume, you know, my nerdy interests are going to be my own thing. I don't go on. Thank you very much for the follow. And I remember her talking at great length about all of the different houses in Game of Thrones and like all of the different plots that they had with each other in quite a bit of detail, like to a point where I was actually having a little difficulty keeping track of all of it. And I was like, my God, like what show is this, right? Like this is supposed to be the cool I'm supposed to be the one that's going on, you know, in this tedious way talking about the setting. Like this is amazing. Like what on earth has happened? And you know, and then I watched Game of Thrones. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, everybody's got their gripes, and I know people didn't like the last season and stuff like that. But like, yeah, let's face it, it was a good show. It wouldn't have become a cultural phenomenon if it wasn't a good show. So if you like engaging in that sense, right? If you like sort of teasing out the lore and the puzzles and that, one of the things that I like is that this game doesn't expect you to have played Cultist Simulator, but you do have the references. You do have books that have appeared in Cultist Simulator. You have characters that are mentioned in it, and it's expanding the setting. And so what I can imagine being very interesting, and what I'm personally interested in, are the people who get into Book of Hours and then wind up going into Cultist Simulator. I'm curious what their perspective is. But second of all, people who are in your situation who maybe want to know a little bit more about this world but prefer a slightly different format. I love this idea of people being able to sort of sit down and have a conversation from these two different perspectives, you know, one from the librarian and then one from, you know, from the perspective of the original game, and being able to sort of share this universe without necessarily feeling like you have to have done the homework, right? You each have your own sort of slice of this world, which has as part of its setting multiple histories, contradictory histories, no less. And to be able to sort of reason that through, and not just in the sense that you each have perspectives, but the fact that present in the game there are these contradictions, and so the different perspectives are actually valuable because they help you get a more complete picture. Like that, I definitely feel is a really interesting thing that's going to happen now that there are two video games and potentially two different audiences for them. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've never felt that people have to have the same tastes on things at all. And like I said, I mean, like Cultist Simulator, I think, is one of those games when you see, I'm trying to find where I put that Faust. Here, the Pale Desk. It's Fekri Serber, right? Yeah. Like it totally makes sense. I know people like to make fun of Steam reviews where you'll see like 40 hours played, not recommended. And I I think even Alexis has come out and said that like he gets those reviews because sometimes you do actually need to take time to come to terms with the game, and that in the end, you know, for one reason or another, you felt that experience just didn't deliver, for lack of a better term. Like it asked too much, and it didn't. In the end, the return wasn't there. It's a shame. Like again, my preference would be that people are able to enjoy as many games as they possibly can. But we live in a world where there's different tastes. Not everything's going to appeal to everyone. So it's I totally get the idea of loving to geek out about certain fantasy stuff, or just certain topics, but having different taste in games. It's actually why I'm glad a game like Book of Hours exists, because if it was just Cultist Simulator, like if let's say they like repackaged the Exile DLC and they expanded it out to a full second game, I personally would like it, but I would struggle to wonder like where do the new players come from, right? It would just sort of feel like it's like, okay, this appeals to the people who already like Cultist Simulator. So I like that they did something as big as ambitious like this, but number two, that it's something that is a little more relaxed. Anyways, I'm repeating myself now, so let's work out today's plan. So I think the Gemini gives me the music. Yeah, the beguiling melody. That's 2 of should be 3, but let me just double check. Yeah, so the rain's going to be one of them. Oh, hang on. So lesson learned, rain. We've got 2. Yes, we need a third one, which I'm going to use my whist for. I think 108 for the confounding parable should do the trick. Oh, and I'm going to take a risk here, but I think I'm going to try and read on imperfections. So for that, I think I'm going to try using my heart for that. Okay, advice on containment, I think, was the one that... So we still don't know what the... we don't know who's arriving for the Affair of the Second Skin, although we should be good for... we should be good for any request. As always, it's sort of tempting to try and get the extra languages, particularly because I've just got so many stacking up here. But I kind of want to see where the stories go, so where I can, I want to help out. I remember there was mention in the beta that some of the untrustworthy characters could potentially steal a book. I've not run into someone as untrustworthy, and I'm wondering if that was removed because there's the possibility that people wouldn't finish the job. Like they would be reluctant to see where the story goes because they feel the possibility of losing a book is too high compared to what the interesting consequence might be here. So Miss Azita Bukhara, businesswoman, chess master, initiate of the Scarred Hour, sometimes called the Colonel. I like this character already. So just a reminder, the affair of the second skin. Immortals change more slowly than most of us, but even immortals change sometimes. In the city of Marrakesh, the Labite Abykassis, or maybe Abykassi, has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis, one that's alarming friends and enemies alike. So, what's the story? A conversation with Azita Bukhara. If we talk about the affair of the second skin, the Lionsmith is the patron of Labites and of Murad, who is my dearest enemy. The Colonel is my patron, and the Lionsmith is to the Colonel as Murad is to me. It will please the Colonel to see the Labite die without honor. And now you know the pieces. Now you know the pieces and the game. So 3 edge, we can definitely satisfy that. I too like the Colonel. Victory of Crowns it is. Okay, so big things happening in terms of our ability to read books. So the first things first, let's deal with, let's get the Nock book read first. There's the 10 knock that we needed. And on imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lanternlong describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. So we don't have a lock tool yet, or a knock tool yet, but we've got what we need here, so I am a match for this book. Furthermore, we've got what we need to level up Tridesma Herrera. So we need to... Oh, damn it. Why did I use my Tryst? Alright, well, we're going to have a break with some Eigengrau, but it'll still be able to do this. It's just on pause. Because I'm a clown. I won't lock in the Faust yet until we know how the rest of the day is going to work out. I'm actually going to speed things up a little bit just because I have nothing else to do until we see what the result is. Oh, and I'm armed, I am prepared, I am resolved. This part of the game gives me no pleasure at all, but I did not expect eternity ever to be gentle. I made my choice, and so did Abykassis. Goodbye, librarian. So, got a gold Spintra. Lanternlong lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the Mansis, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the Order of Long, called the Obliviates, refer to it as scrying, which he considers a debased term. So, 10 seconds until we can lock these lessons in. I would rather expect we're not going to be able to make anything of these lessons here, but you never know. If I knew what lessons were coming up, well... Yeah, no, I can't make the shaft work, so we'll roll the dice, we'll see what happens. So satisfying to have come so far. So very happy to see another 5. Now, given the fact that it's talking about the Lanternlong, there is the chance that Faust may help here. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lanternlong can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, and that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ excuse me, the senses of those inhabited to experience, again, the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him most. He insists that a lantern long should not only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. So for all that trouble, we've got a memory pattern and... Okay, glass blowing and vessel crafting. So this is one that we've already committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, it doesn't mean that we're not... Like, there's still other uses for it here, but it's less critical, let's say, that we be able to... to put all hands on deck on this one. Okay. So I have a little reorganizing to do first. We can, because we have that Faust in reserve, I can upgrade that. Now again, we've already committed the glass blowing and vessel crafting. Alright, always more to learn. I suppose I can reorganize. This could also be one of these cases where it would have made more sense to use the lessons for a different skill that wasn't already committed to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I've not yet hit a situation where I felt I needed to do that. I may change that opinion based on this playthrough. Obviously, this is kind of the first substantial one that's going to go through to some kind of an ending. But yeah, it's hard for me to say... like on paper, you know, that I shouldn't be investing more in glass blowing and vessel crafting. Now the other thing, we talked about that text that talked about the doll. So just a reminder here that we've got the Pale Mommet. Now this is a thing, so this potentially can go into any number of workstations. I guess the workbench is the most interesting. Not really. So I guess it's a question of what are the... So, you know, it says use this skill, use a doll, and use Grail, and it brings life to the doll. But the thing is that I guess it's only the loom that will take woven here. No, not even. Doesn't feel appropriate to use this as fuel. Just taking a look at a few of the crafting areas that I have. Kitchen range doesn't quite have the same sense of it. We do have an instrument which is pretty versatile, but the one thing I couldn't reconcile would be, like, I don't see how you fit the doll in here. So what crafting station? Guess it doesn't really give an indicator of where I can put it. Okay, that's going to be one that I puzzle on for a little bit, I think. And the reason, like, the not frustrating, but I think the slightly maddening part of this is that we've got 5 Grail. The doll would bring 9, and that's before a memory. So with a memory, we can actually bring this up to 11 Grail. Now that's not a... that wouldn't be the top level recipe. Oh. But I was wondering why the day was going so long. But it's definitely like it's definitely in range. And you can sort of see how adding an element to the soul, you can see how adding a few different things would would help that. Actually, let me just take a look at the skills. Okay, so I don't have something that says add doll yet. Now, the other possibility here, so it says a gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. The other way of reading this is that this doll has already been affected, and that what I should be looking for is a lower level doll to raise it to that item. That is also a possibility. One way or the other, we'll figure it out. Our main focus is going to be on glass blowing and vessel crafting for tomorrow, and I'm probably going to read another text because we seem to, obviously I'm worried about it one way or another, but we seem to have gotten a decent enough little rotation here for texts going that so long as I only do one a day, I feel like I'm going to be able to do what I need to do with these texts. And more importantly, I should start thinking about where my future expeditions are going, because all of these are going to require quite a bit more than what I've been bringing in the past. So it's been nice to focus on this, but I think the time has come that maybe I want to start making sure that I have a few other priorities. So this is a good time to start thinking about that. So we've got the storm. I'm not going to use that in glass blowing and vessel crafting. That would be a particularly unkind choice. But we are going to take a minute here. I just want to verify what I need. So yes, 2 either knock or sky. So I figure I'll do solace for 1. So I got to leave a Faust aside first of all. So Gemini at volume 1 is good for solace, even though I need to get the language for it. I think we'll just do advice on containment again. And yeah, I think I can risk the tryst here. Okay. So we're leaving this Fost aside because we need it to commit this. So the question now is, what does the storm get me? Okay, actually, there is one thing I'm curious about. I don't know if I'd want to commit it, but I'm curious if it tells me something different. So we would put the health in here for the walk on the moor. Weaving... Oh, right, so there's no memory for that. Never mind. Excuse me. This may be the last day just because of... I'm sure it's already past midnight too, yeah. So this is... I should also just think about turning in to make sure I have enough time to get my setup and all of that. Okay. So I've got what I need for glass blowing and vessel crafting. Under normal circumstances, I would follow up with either the Iron Book or a Shape and Smoke. And I'm kind of indifferent. I guess probably... No, actually I would need a memory for either one of those. So maybe we don't read those texts today because it asks too much of us. Okay, so let's take that as... that's the hypothesis for today. If I can, a 10 heart or 10 sky will carry the day. Autumn does provide an orchard keeper, which provides 1 heart. Okay, so let's think about the orchard keeper. Orchard keeper has 1 heart. Health would make them 2 heart. Storm would make them 6 heart. Bull would make them 7 heart. Where does the remaining 3 come from? I think we're just shy of what we need. I think we can give them... yeah, I'm not quite ready for the skin shuck meat. I feel like we can do better. But the catch here is I just don't have anything... I don't have anything that gives us the 2 heart, and that's the part that we need. Oh, we can get to 9 though. So let me just run through the logic again. Heart for 1, storm for 5. Okay, sorry, heart for 1, base for 1, so that's 2. Storm for 6, bowl for 7. Yeah, and then it's a drink and food. So, before I do that, I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones and we'll see if we can hire someone bigger. And this is basically because the decision's already made that I'm going to use the I'm going to upgrade the glass blowing and vessel crafting, but I'm not going to read any more of the text. Wait a minute. I am going to read more of the text. No, I'm not. Sorry. This is to upgrade. I was like, what was I thinking? Say, a lot of this hinges on what we find in terms of unusual help. All right, a consulting engineer will give me forge, sky, and lantern. That is very interesting. So, with the consulting engineer, we know we get 4 sky, so we combine that with the storm and we get 8, at which point it's really just... You know, it's kind of going through the motions for the last little bit. There's a small quirk that makes this slightly annoying, but I'll show you what I mean in just a minute. Okay, so before we go any further, let's lock in that glass blowing and vessel crafting. So definitely not the storm. So here we need knock or... Oh, actually, even better. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Okay, so the job ahead of us is now to... what was the highest level of sky we needed? Okay. Where'd I put the consulting engineer? What? Oh, here we go. Okay. So, consulting engineer starts with 4 sky, storm makes them 8, astrolabe makes them 9, our pocket Faust makes them 10. So, better still, we don't need to give up consumables other than the money. So, I definitely feel this is money well spent. I'll hire this one for a day. Hired. Okay, so for starters, talk about the storm. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might think, especially in Britain. Now, there may have been a version of this where I could have tried to, manipulate the orchard keeper to try and get to a similar place, but obviously this involves, like, the one thing that I'm giving up for this is money, and the one thing that I have in abundance is money. So in this particular case, it makes a bit more sense for me to, I have to give up an element of the soul, right? It's a draw from this collection, so it doesn't always turn out the way that I want, but in this case, I feel, this is worth the element of the soul, especially because I wouldn't have been able to make something happen with the storm otherwise. And this is consistent with things that we've played this way in other circumstances. So we will lock in the Faust. And the good news is, I think this will be a new room for me. Like, as in one I haven't seen before. So we've got a couple places that I haven't seen in the beta. Sometimes because we weren't able to unlock them, and other times because I play very slowly, as I'm sure you've noticed. So... Astrolabe it is. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. So this gets us the 10 sky, or will get us the 10 sky that we needed. From there we will open the Weeping Chamber. Water trickles like tears from broken pipes in the ceiling, splashing over the cages that hang here. The floor is inches deep in water. The wind flutters mournfully in the cage bars. I guess I can check things out. Oop. It is autumn, so there'll be different things. All right, let's see what's in the new room. If it's books, I'm going to be over the moon. I'm less certain about what we do with these areas. These actually strike me as a little more difficult than I first planned. But then again, I did sort of move my attention away from exploring more of the house. I'm feeling okay about where we are with the books. So we've got 2 that we know we can read. These 2 may be more situational. Now, when it comes to the pipeline of future books, that's where things get a little, more dicey. Our most likely candidate is going to be the Root Throng Descent. I don't feel confident in my moon. Winter's also possible because we can get Mr. Kill with the Whist. Oh yeah, actually, hang on. This one's a piece of cake. So we get Mr. Kill. He starts with 2. We can feed him Solomon's Preparations, so that'll bring him up to 6. We give him the Whist, that'll bring him up to 8. And so we just give him a memory, that brings him up to 10. So, well, maybe we'll add another day to our list after all. The Gullscry Tower, Valentine's Room. In his youth, Baron Valentine inclined to religion, and he made pilgrimages to holy sites on the continent. After he made his final pilgrimage to Fermier Abbey, the dreams began, of blood seeping from the earth, of a vast and pulsing wheel crushing the temples of men, and, which troubled him most, of twisted birds shrieking in pain, growing like fruit in the branches of an ancient yew. So we've got a few things going on here. So we've got a magnificent green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. Chac, Valentine de Wolf's magnificent green cockatoo. The painting is signed by Valentine himself. Departure. Here Valentine has painted gulls migrating across a darkening sea. A soft blue sofa greatly complements the seas and skies around Brandkrug. We've got an outsized egg, an ostrich egg, a crocodile egg. Surely neither. A living relic. Few of these have been seen in the world under this sun. It is brewable? I don't want to brew the turtle. Egg. When an egg is not dead, something may emerge. When an egg is dead, something may be placed within. There's a Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House. Its sustenance. No, don't. No. Scale. Hard without, hard within. Hard to rouse, harder to subdue. Gull's egg. At Brandkrug, even the hours are kind, and the years are kinder. This egg may stay viable quite a while yet. And red paint. Blood is only occasionally this color. If they say more research is needed, don't listen. We also have the Gullscry workbench. Labor solemnly. So that'll take Forge, Sky, Winter, and Knock. It'll take wood tool remains made of wood. Wood. Oh, interesting. So this is the first time we've seen woven. However, it doesn't accept... It doesn't accept the skill that we needed. Hey, Vanguard Master. We're going into interesting new places. So if we get another storm and the hireling like we had before... Actually, you know what? We also probably can get Mr. Kill to handle this as well. So we should have 2 more chambers that we can access if we so choose. I can't remember what went here. Oh, now I know. Last leaves toss and scutter. Alright, Hawthorn Blank, a wood favored by the horned axe. I'm happy to have the extra wood. We haven't made much use of it, but we do have a couple of recipes that want it, so it's good to keep an eye on that sort of thing. So here's the plan for tomorrow. As always, it depends on what the weather gives us. But I think it's kind of trivial to get Mr. Kill into the shrouded space, so I should be taking advantage of that. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So again, depending on what the weather brings, I'm thinking we... priority number 1 is getting Mr. Kill in here. Priority number 2 is to read one of these 2 texts. Obviously, I did say, like, there's the worry about Numa that could come at any time. That's still true, but imagine we'd said that for each of the subsequent turns, right? Like, our preceding turns, right? Like, every turn where we would have said that and didn't commit to reading a book would have been a time when we didn't get all of this cool stuff here. Oh yes, I didn't talk about the acted here. So, an edgelong, Azida's eternal enemy twin, Merad, planned to give Abykassis death with honor. With regret, Azida set out to prevent this. Alright, Oriflammes, I'm probably going to say no to this one. Medusa's Lament does look interesting. Okay, a gale changes things a bit. So yeah, it's tempting to want to buy this. The catch is that I also want to leave enough for myself to be able to get language lessons if I need. So in this case, we're going to skip the book. Now, because we have a gale, this changes the plans a little bit. So let's just get our ducks in a row. So the first thing I need to do is find Edge somewhere. Well, Edge or Forge. Or, hang on. Okay. So presumably it's Bells and Braziers is the highest. Okay, so Bells and Braziers is 4. 5 with the Shapt, 6 with the Tool. Yes, so we need the memory. Alternatively, we just get some kind of any Edge memory, and we can read the Iron Book. You know what? I think I'm going to try and read the Iron Book. I'm also gonna... Okay, we're gonna spread ourselves a bit thin, but I like this idea. So, speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. I do need to commit something to getting that Edge memory, so... We'll do Wainscot Histories on that one. I probably gravitate to the Wainscot Histories a little bit more than I normally would, just because it's one that I remember fairly early on, both in Cultist Simulator and in Book of Hours, actually. But okay, so that's going to be our... Well, we'll set aside a Faust for that. So the last step is, what do we do about this gale? So in theory, we can do something with an Orchard Keeper. Let's just see if we've got what it takes. This is going to be one that I actually want to sketch out on the tablet. So heart, base 1. Okay, so Element of the Soul is 1. Memory Gale 3, that brings it up to 5. Tool Bowl 6. Right, then we get back to the same problem as before. We need to find 3 heart, but I think we can only find 2. That's partly because I haven't been gardening. which again is a choice. Like, I don't necessarily regret not doing the gardening because there are other things that we needed to prioritize, but this is where we pay for that now. The real trick here would have been if I could have been making... okay, Sacrament Calcite helps me with the heart, but I don't want to give that up yet. So if I had a way of making the Ruby Wise Ruin, that would have made this a little easier. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the only... Assuming I were to find sustenance, which I should be able to, even if it means giving up a couple things that I would want, like the lantern. Reducing it down to just the one will not actually get me what I need. The other option is the Skin-Shuck Mead. Oh, the canned ham will work. Okay. So am I willing to give up the canned ham? I feel like I can get away with that, so yes. The only other thing I can think of, and I will do this just because this may be a more efficient use of my consumables. I do want to see what we can get by seeking unusual help. Okay, so I forgot to pay for Mr. Kill. Oh, actually, I think I've stretched myself too thin. Okay, you know what? I'm going to jump in with both feet. So we're going to start with Solomon's preparation. I need to get that whist recharged right away because I think I'm going to need to refresh another element of the soul. I don't want to commit too many things until we have a clearer idea of where we're at. Okay, so with Mr. Kill, we have turned him into a 6. He gets an 8. Yeah, I need a memory first. Damn it. But then what happens with this Faust? Maybe I'm actually okay. Okay, so the contradiction lets us read the Edge book. This goes to the... yeah, okay. So I'll read Keonet Abydos and just hope I didn't completely blow this. Consulting engineer. Oh man. Okay. I really may have. Let's play around with the idea. So we get 7 from the Gale, 8 from the Astrolabe, 9 from the Faust. I can go to 10, but I can't go to 11. Okay, let me just double check. 4 base, element of the soul is 1. Sorry, 4, element of the soul is 5. Tool is 6. God, I'm too tired. 4, 5, 6 for element of the soul and tool. Memory is 9. Drink is 10. Food is 11. Unless I have a sky food. That doesn't work. Do I have a sky food? the answer should be no to that. I will verify that the answer is no. Yeah, I've gone over those. So, we hire the... Yeah, we hire the orchard keeper instead. Back on track. So at the very least, we should be able to get this unlocked. Oop. It's a little late to be starting this book, but... Sacre bleu. Oh my god, you know what? It just occurred to me I didn't need the memory. I could have used the sword or the tool. Anyways, neither here nor there. We've got a book to read now, so right, and this is Fusine, so yeah, man, that was so clowny. I really could have actually used the element of the soul there. But anyways, that's fine. I will read the Iron Book, but I'll read that after the other texts are finished, because I do need to make sure I'm making progress on upgrading the other people. Not least of which because I need to make sure that, like, Mr. Kill's got to be ready. Either one of these need to be like on top of it, because it's going to take 2 minutes between the two of them to complete the task. I think maybe we'll start with Mr. Kill because I need to give him fewer items. Yeah, so I've got the regret that I needed. And the whist. And then we can focus on the orchard keeper for the rest of the session. The other thing that's nice, of course, is that if it takes longer than we were expecting, there's a side of me that wants to recover the Faust, but I don't think that's wise. We don't know that we need the Faust, basically. Okay. So, Coffin Maker's assistance with the... Damn it! I needed that time. The regret didn't lock in, so we're going to get a memory, which I just don't need right now. Alright, the Iron Book, a manual of the Order Limnaea, a order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Melari Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroads of the waters. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Iron Chain, that required them to remain hidden from the world. This manual includes presumably long obsolete addresses and passphrases that could have been used to find the Ordo's contact in the town of Iria. Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. I think that was just the Oriflammes clicks. Alright, so we give him the whist so that he can do his job. We'll watch for what lies ahead. The final part of the manual describes the punishments for Ordo members who break their oath of secrecy. This includes an invocation used to summon the spirit called King Crucible as an agent of vengeance. Yivni cautions that this must be a last resort when the Oathbreaker would otherwise go unpunished. Summoning King Crucible might draw the personal attention of the Forge of Days. A marginal note suggests, in any case, that King Crucible, the most transcendent sulk of sulks, no longer leaves the Mansus. Alright, Disciplines of the Hammer. Okay, that's gonna be... Oh, that's gonna be a challenge. That's gonna be one that we take up to 5. Okay, so in order to upgrade Disciplines of the Hammer, in addition to requiring an edge or a forge, so in this case I can only use my shaft, I will need 3 of these. So I think that just means tomorrow we're dedicating our efforts to this level up, and we better hope that it's not Numa. Okay, so that should be my 10 winter. Shrouded space. If the wards on this place were real, they would be heavy curtains or black velvet that strung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. So in the meantime, let's get the Orchard Keeper up to scratch. So I'll find a 1 heart drink to give them, and then we'll feed them the ham as the last step. So I think pale marrow is the best I can hope for here. Actually, the soft amber pumpkin might work too. No, soft amber pumpkin's food, so I need to give them something to drink. Or alternatively, Gideon soaks, but that's a little much, I think. We're actually really short on time, so ham it is. And we will serve Schloss Jannings while the ham is consumed. Okay, the Night Gallery in the 1850s in the deep secrecy. In the 1850s and in deep secrecy, Natalie Brulot built the Night Gallery into the foundations of the Gullscry Tower. Behind this heavy steel door, the Curia and later the Suppression Bureau kept treasures too difficult for common view, but too relevant to consign to a deeper vault. If anything difficult might hypothetically have been inclined to creep up the stairs from below, it would have also been discouraged by that door. So this has also opened. This has opened up the possibility of the broken bridge. This is a 9-edge, 9-forge, 9 knock passage. So this is one that's a little more likely for us to achieve on our own. We have a new text to catalog, so good news there. Number of paint is actually quite a few things. This is Thomas DeWolf. Hey. Can move him over there. Let's add him to the pile. Barren silence. I do want to look over this stuff, but let's finish the day's tasks first. Okay. I feel like we can get away with a little sightseeing. So rose pearl, surprisingly common in these waters. Lethe. The first end. A single candle burns against darkness. Its flame is the crescent moon. The wheel still turns. A shining spoked wheel with a vaguely organic look turns beneath a full moon that holds her finger to her lips. Our benefactress, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. Okay. So I suspect the Orchard Keeper won't finish their work until the next day, but that's fine, we don't lose them. So the routes here are a labyrinth of years. How long is it since anyone passed this way? As above, so below. We've already got Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea and gloomy weather. The boy prays. We've done a bargain. A serpent laps the blood that drips from a sewn closed mouth. Chak again. Leaves in the wind. First answer. A vast moth spirals towards a burning sun, alone in a star-speckled void. Whispering sand. Urn of ashes. Thyrsus cordials, a honey scar-scented candle, Gideon soaks, and a nocturnary, constructed by Thyrsa for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. Oh. No, we can't put the Pale Mamet in it. I was thinking it's like, okay, well, we take, Tradisa. I don't have a memory, but where did it go? Yeah. Not worth spending too much time focusing on. Anyways. So let's see what the day brings. Fog. Okay, so normally fog has meant that we kind of make some magic happen. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to queue up my Disciplines of the Hammer here. So that's a Shapt, and we need 3... I'll just double check that. Yes, 3... forge or edge lessons. And the Shapt is committed no matter what, so well, the Iron Book is a start. Exorcism for Girls will get me some edge. And I suppose that tells me that I should maybe use the Wainscot Histories for contradiction. Okay, I think it's fair to say that with these numbers, I'm not going to be able to make a second Disciplines of the Hammer happen, but that's fine because that's just one for us to work with. Perhaps, though, what I'll do here is I will catalog the Wist. And now we have the big question. We potentially have some knock that we can kick around here. What do I do? Oh! Something unconquerable. Memory does not depart merely because light is absent. So we can commit a memory that's not weather. Aha! That's clever. So this is basically showing that I'm capable of producing a memory from crafting. That's neat. Okay. So this seems achievable. We can get somebody up to 5. Then with the shaft. No, actually, it's not as easy as that looks. Okay. Well, then again, we also have Reverend Timothy. So Reverend Timothy's got the 1 knock. One, 3, 6. Do I seriously think I can get 5? Okay, that's a bust. So the best I can hope for here, I think, is a Wanderer with... Well, okay, actually there's 2 things I can do. So I can hope for a Wanderer with Moon. Well, Moon or Knock, rather. Or I try to make a memory for the Shadowed Stare. And I'm not opposed to that, but let's see what we can do with the Sweet Bones. Because again, a fog is not as big as a storm, but I feel like we should still try and make something happen with that if we can. And then of course we'll see what's happening down below here. Alright, so... Deep Well Descent. Each of the great roots here carries a garden of fruiting fungus. Each great black bumblebees buzz improbably between them, gathering spores, droning peace. So sand, Atlantic amber, sunset's colors, pine's blood, 3 lantern, a thing material, and a gem. We also have a parcel. You know what? I should start putting these parcels in my inventory. And the wheel-filled spring is a 10 moon, 10 nectar affair. So again, probably achievable, but we may want to push a little bit harder in terms of what we can do. Oh god, where did I put the other parcels? There's no way I opened them. Here we go. Okay. I'm at the point where I actually really need to focus because I'm quite tired. So I'm just gonna wait until my verb's clear and then we'll work out the next few steps. Like I said, I think probably the fog's a write-off today. God damn it. That's another minute I'm waiting. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. That's a pretty straightforward one for us to deal with. Again, we have to do these things in turn, so we'll wait for that one. Okay, so I'm less encouraged about the consulting engineer here just because they don't, like, there's no compatibility. Well, they just don't do anything extra with the fog. So I won't worry too much about following up on them. So I think we'll just say, the weather's, unfortunate we couldn't make something of it, but it's not critical. Okay, so this should be my first of the disciplines of the hammer upgrades. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Just prepping for that to become a 5. And in this case, I might queue up the upgrade without doing the full day. It is, yeah, a little after 1. So still, I think that's a decent day's work. We actually got through the day pretty quickly here, but I don't see too much value in trying to restore any of the elements of the soul. We took a chance with the visitor. Not all of them are gonna turn out for us, so that's just the way it works sometimes. One small complication is that I'm gonna have my shaft tied up for a shape and smoke, so if I want to do something, it's really I have to wait for the true and complete Asclepian mysteries, which may work. We'll see. Okay, it's another foggy day. So let's see if we can make this happen. That's the contradiction. Shop gets set aside. I don't even remember what I was... Oh yeah, Iron Book. Okay, that was a foresight, contradiction, fear. So that was the exorcism for girls. Right here. Okay, so with the shaft spoken for, we now have 2 texts. Now again, it's trivial to read this. I think I'm gonna wait. I don't expect too much out of this, but like, let's just say it's a Tridisma Hera. It's, all of a sudden I need to spend a lot more effort on this than I first thought. So we'll wait. We'll wait on that. So the natural question is, what do I do with my health and my whist? Well, there's nothing stopping me from checking out one of the travelers. Alternatively, I could open one of the packages. So if I check a traveler, we are hoping for a knock. Okay, well let's take a minute and imagine what could happen here. So if I were to do this with the fog or the moon, I would definitely be refreshing my elements of the soul. But let's say we had everything that we needed. So with coastal fog, I can either turn that into a 5 or a 4. Combined with the... Okay, a 5 or a 4 based off of an element of the soul. Actually, it's 5 5 and 5. Okay, so both are 9. So, yeah, with the moon... With the moon, we actually do have a handful of possibilities. I'm actually going to split the difference. So I am going to check out the sweet bones, but I'm also going to use the whist to consider a package. Something tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I think I said I was going to start the conversion for Disciplines of the Hammer, but obviously I'm committing to doing that now. And yeah, the funny thing is, like, we've got 2 texts to work with, but it's pretty clear, like, barring some tragedy with Numa, we're in pretty good shape, books-wise. So the consequences we were afraid of never really materialized. I don't want to let my guard down yet, right? Like, I'm not going to read every book in my collection. I'm still going to be somewhat conservative in terms of how many lessons I'm generating. But we're out of the... Like, I guess the thing is that over time we have read the books that are required. We haven't... I think the fairest statement would be I have not... I've not wound up in a situation where I wasn't able to do something that I wanted. And we're actually in a better position overall to sort of achieve our next set of goals. So, let's lock in the Disciplines of the Hammer. Oh, that is such a shame. All right, well, all is not lost. I just need to drink Eigengrau or something out of that. We can add the flour to the shelves. I feel like a clown over that, but... So while I'm waiting for that to materialize, perhaps what I should do is take a look at the kinds of memories that I can use to... So like one thing that's kind of nice about the Shadowed Stair, so the shadow here is a sentinel. To enter it unprepared is to risk a dissolution. I must bear a memory like a torch in the dark. So this is a three intensity aspect. So I'm going to take a quick look and see what kind of candidates I have. Okay, so all the basic crafting doesn't produce third, so we definitely need to go to the scholar level recipe, which isn't entirely news, but it's nice to verify. I think regret will be sufficient, but let me just double check here. Gret gives us some forge, so Kionid Abydos it is. Sorry, my nose has been really itchy, so I'm trying to scratch while sort this all out. Okay. Yeah, so we should still be able to upgrade the Disciplines of the Hammer. Okay, so the Edict's Liminal will give me the named riddle from a memory, so that's a good start. Ornoscopy with an instrument will give me an Ascendant Harmony. That's it right now, but I feel like there will be more in a little time. I suspect actually it's probably for lack of trying, rather than a lack of capability that we haven't seen more of the scholar level recipes. But again, you as I've said a few times, like given the way that this playthrough is going, I am quite focused on like where I think the biggest value of any given action comes from. So, all right, so satisfying to have come so far. And I suppose the one nice thing out of this today is that when we finish the day, we are like we kind of have a clear slate. So we have a few tasks ahead of us. You know, we've got Moon and Nectar. We've got Moon and Scale. Heart, Scale, Nectar. The Broken Bridge is the most likely for us to go through. But like I feel like we're in a decent place as far as being able to access certain regions. Certainly the exciting stuff's going to be in the lower areas here. But overall, I think we're in a good spot. The other thing that's nice is that we've surpassed Bells and Braziaries. So Disciplines of the Hammer will allow us to take on slightly more ambitious forge tasks. So if we combine Disciplines of the Hammer with Shapt, that gives me 6. So we combine that with a Foresight, we get 8. So effectively here we don't even need to knock down 2 elements of the soul, I guess. We could use any element of the soul and would just apply one of the forged tools. But still, the most sensible approach would be 5 to 7 from... Well, actually, would it make the most... No, sorry, 5 to 6 from... Yeah. 5 to 6 from Disciplines of the Hammer and the Shapt, and then 5 to 8 just using the memory. It doesn't require any shenanigans. And I'm sure you've noticed I've kind of run out of steam, so I think this is the last day. I'm going to take a quick look at what the weather brings. I'm going to come up with the plan for what the next day might look like. That will possibly be Friday, but please keep in mind I am already doing the broadcast on GOG, so if I'm feeling tired... Oh man, they're really going hard with the fog lately. Yeah, please just keep in mind that I may reserve Friday for like a break because I'm just streaming somewhere else. But we'll see. Okay. So here's so we've got a current state of play. What are my biggest priorities right now? Well, always, acquiring new knowledge. So I guess the big thing for me right now is acquiring new knowledge is kind of a good baseline to have, right? We're doing all right in terms of the skills that we have, but we've got two very obvious texts that we can read right now. The True and Complete Accounting of the Asclepian Mysteries of the Roots of the House, and A Shape in Smoke. I'm slightly tempted to do Asclepian Roots, and the main reason for that would be, I think if I gotta get clever in terms of the source of heart. Okay, heaving and not working. I think the only moth desk is actually Natan's. Well, this would accept heart though, so if I took the reading room desk, so just for the sake of argument, right? So this Faust is a free one for me. So we could read this work, we could see what they need for their inputs, and if it winds up being something, that we can manage, well, maybe all of a sudden we say, let's try the Forge text instead. The other thing that I could do, we say, the Faust and the Shapt are spoken for, maybe I just throw the Whiston, maybe we try the heart and the Forge text at the same time and just let the chips fall where they may. That's another alternative that I have. And that should cover the two, I guess for lack of a better term, guaranteed ones. Let's take a quick minute here and see what the story is with the Beekeeper's Ents, because I seemed to be pretty confident that I would be able to read that, and then I backed off. So what's the story here? First question would be, what's my highest nectar? Looks like it's drums and dances. So, okay, we've got drums and dances with 4 nectar. We've got health, which brings it up to 5. We've got the kitchen bowls, which bring it up to 6. So that would be... So yeah, drums and dances is the skill. Health and kitchen bowls are the 2 renewable resources. Let's say with Earth Sign, we've got 2. It'd be nice to know if I could regenerate an Earth Sign, but let's just say, I'm willing to experiment with that. Well, okay, no, that actually answers that already. So that alone would give us the 8 that we need. So as long as we can keep regenerating an Earth Sign, we're good. We may not be able to regenerate the Earth Sign, but maybe that's a new... No, I can't make that a Pneuma job, because if I make that a Pneuma job, then I lose the other stuff. I think we have an answer to this, though. So I'll pick one of these books as my experiment. We'll see if we can regenerate the Earth Sign. So let's say, for the sake of the argument, that we've got 4 different texts that we can read. Now, I'm not in any particular rush with these. The big dilemma that I have as far as how the texts work is that they're very good for skills. And skills are good for reading even more complicated texts. And I think it would be pretty fair to say that even though I haven't upgraded my Elements of the Soul, and even though I, obviously our character looks different than what you might have seen in, other playthroughs, or what your own playthrough might be yourself. Like, we've made some pretty solid progress here, right? We've definitely gone to areas that I haven't seen before in this game, and more importantly, we're in a position to unlock more of them. So this is the big dilemma about the books, is that reading these books isn't bad, but it isn't necessarily getting me what I need right now. And that's an important distinction. So again, like, reading a book will get me a skill. Skills will get me access to additional books. But until I commit those skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, they don't get me elements of the soul that will allow me to do more actions. And of course, if I get a sufficient number of elements of the soul, I will also be able to combine them towards something. So on that front, the question is, when exactly am I going to start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms? And the answer to that has always been when I feel like I'm blocked, like when I can't make further progress. Ideally, we identify that before I run out of books to read, because obviously it sort of sucks to sit around waiting to try and get the thing that you need. But I do have some plans along these lines. So what are the indications that I wouldn't be able to move on? So number one, the Shadowed Stare. Am I able to create memories that have a level of intensity that I need? Yes, at minimum music. So I believe Ornoscopy is the one here. So we might need to wait for a storm, right? It's not the easiest thing in the world because we need to get up to 10 sky. I've got 1 sky from the Faust, and I suppose I could maybe break... Well, okay, if it's music, it's actually... It doesn't need to be academic. We can just test it. So any of these are going to be... I'm actually trying to remember what the lantern one was. Harp was moon. Let's see if I remember these. So, moon? Yeah. Forge? I think this one was moth. This one was grail. So this one's still moon. Maybe this one was lantern. I don't think so, though. Rose. Okay. This has got to be heart. Oh man, I was expecting a much boomier. All right, as fun as that is. I could have sworn there was a lantern instrument. It's not a big deal. I mean, again, it's a sky thing anyway. So, grand piano because it's nice. So we do Ornoscopy. We add the soul. So I guess we could add another element to the soul. Yeah, okay, so we throw all of our Faust into this, and... hang on. Nope, if it's, okay, Ascendant Harmony. So yeah. Throw all my Faust in it, a couple of sky memories, so storm and... Is there a second? Okay, I also need to check to see if there's two sky memories, because I know there's storm, but I gotta think about the other one. Solace is 2 heart, if I recall. But assuming that we can get sufficient memory, then we're... Oh, Wistful Air. That's a conversation for another time. I need to wrap up. But yeah, anyways, so this I think is basically just saying, do you know how to do you know how to craft things yet? So I'm feeling okay about the Shadowed Stare. For the Broken Bridge, we know we can access Denzil, so Denzil can get... Yeah, no, hang on. So if I think in the past we've tried to get Denzil up to here. So we got the Lapsang Souchong, so that's... Starts with 2, we can give him 3, 5, 7 from the memory. Okay, let's try that again. 2 on his own, 3 with Shapt, 4 with an instrument, 6 with a memory, 8 with a drink. What does forge food look like? Maybe we are a little bit closer to... Maybe we're a little bit closer to that block than I thought. Okay. I don't know. I feel like the broken bridge is something we can handle. I may need to get clever in terms of how I approach it, but I feel like that's something we can work on. Shadowed Stair, I definitely know I can beat. The question mark would be the Collapsed Cellar, the Rustling Stair, and the Wheel-Filled Spring. Although even those, right, with Fog, you only need you only need 7 mood. Fog we can actually count as 4 because we've got a tool. 5 if you include the Tryst. And then you say, well, where do you get the other 5 from between drinks and... Okay, yeah. I think probably I need to start thinking about crafting the more I think about it. So probably our motion's more left-facing. Anyways, it's also fair to say, like, we've got over half of the house open now, so I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that we're gonna have to make special effort, like open 1 room a day, if that. I think that's actually quite appropriate. So yeah, but there's a few interesting options here. I am kind of hoping to get Numa behind me just so I don't need to panic about the different books that I have. And the last thing I want to just verify is to make sure that I'm not shorting myself on work to do. So 5, we don't have an element of the soul. Excuse me. 7 with our existing memory. 8, yeah. Maybe with a better memory. Forge, we're at 5 now. 6, 7 with the element of the soul, and the tool 9 with a memory. So it's like a roll of the dice, but that one's a little more likely. 12 really? Okay, so Tryst is 2, Edict's Liminal is 9. Scissors is 10. And we get 12 with the memory, so that one's definitely one for us to read. I feel like we got an improvement to our sky, but not a sufficient improvement to our sky. Yeah. Okay, 6 moon, 7, 8. We can get up to 10. Alright, the rest of those seem to be roughly where they need to be, but I'm going to add this to the... Now that's definitely this is definitely an after Numa sort of a thing. I'm actually going to put that over to the side here. And then of course we've got a package to finish, but that one's, that's obviously not a major, that's not as major of a concern, so. Alright, was a long goodbye, but I wanted to make sure I had all my ducks in the row for the next time. So this was probably our last night, unless something crazy happens. Last night with a special guest preview of Book of Hours. I suspect some of you will probably be putting this series on hold while you enjoy the game yourself. Obviously, I'm very grateful to Weather Factory for giving me the early look. If you're watching this as a VOD, you'll probably know, this will be in the past, but for those of you that are going to be checking out the game on release day, I will be broadcasting on the Steam page to help sell the game, so I hope for a chance to see you there. More bodies mean we get higher up on the list, and that means more people find out about the game. On Friday, I will be interviewing Weather Factory. That'll be starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Book of Hours goes live 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Thursday the 17th. And what else? As far as my own plans are concerned, if I get a chance, I will try and broadcast on Friday, but please keep in mind that I have been running hot for a while, both with this game and with just trying to get everything together. I may need a break. So if I'm not here on Friday, that's just because I've been doing the GOG stream. We'll see where we go. No promises, but I do want to do my best in terms of catching up with Book of Hours. Let's take a quick minute here and see if there's anybody that I can host. It hasn't been a great track record lately, but I won't hold that against the game. So let's see. All right, nobody doing... Yeah, I'm sorry to leave it, but I don't really have much to show. I'm sure this will change when Book of Hours comes out, but I think for now I'll just have to leave it. I don't see anything on my follows list, and honestly I just need to get to sleep. So, thank everybody for sticking around with me. I know I've been shedding followers as I've been wrapping things up. I'll see most of you tomorrow, I hope. For those of you who follow the stream, I'll possibly see you Friday, Monday at the latest. And all of you, whenever you get around to it, I really do hope you enjoy Book of Hours. Until then, take care.